from the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. It is a World Championship doubleheader fight night. And Prudential Center has been buzzing because the return of Shakur Stevenson is on deck in our main event tonight as he looks to defend his WBC lightweight title for the first time. But before that, we have some of the hottest prospects and contenders that Top Rank has to offer. Opening the show, Abdullah Mason, undefeated, taking on what could be his toughest opposition to date in Louis LeBron, and then Keyshawn Davis, undefeated, taking on Miguel Medueno. And then the first of our two world title fights, WBC Junior Lightweight World Champion Shakur Foster looks to defend his title once again, this time against three-time world title challenger Robson Conceição. Great action from the lightweights throughout the night, and I have joining me tonight on the broadcast from the Prudential Center is Oscar Valdez, former two-division world champion, two-time Olympian. I'm Christina Poncher. Thank you for being here with us. And before we get to those first four fights that we showed you there on that graphic, we have some bonus coverage for you. We'll get you right to some fight action. William Foster taking on Edrinson Garcia, both of them 30 years old, a couple inches in the height advantage department for William Foster, but a few inches less on the reach as Garcia has that advantage. We are going to pick up action here in the ring. There's about 40 seconds or so left to go in round 8 of this scheduled 10 rounder. So we'll probably pick it up in rounds 9 and 10. And Oscar, I'm excited to have you with us here tonight. And we'll talk more about our main event and the meat of our show before we get here. But we've sat here ringside. Pretty good scrap here tonight between William Foster and Edrinson Garcia.
Christina, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm excited. I'm happy. Enjoying some great fights. You know, Garcia's doing a great job, and Foster.
And before we get to the action in the ring quickly, there's a look at Artem Harutyunyan. He is taking on Shakur Stevenson in the main event here early tonight as he gets ready to fight for his first world title, an opportunity for him after consecutive fights now back-to-back in the U.S. after coming off a close decision loss to Frank Martin in his last fight, who was a southpaw, now fighting Shakur Stevenson. Again, another southpaw. He was really calm, cool, collected this whole week. So look forward to seeing what he brings on our main event. That's coming up later. For now, let's listen into the corner of William Foster, the third.
Anytime he's in low, let the ref break you. Work your hands, both sides. He doesn't want to work on the inside. He's trying to move around free. You throw left, jab, and left again. He's missing. Work.
And the corner there of Edrinson Garcia.
Pero bien concentrado, Edrinson, ¿ok? Vamos a acabar esta pelea, vamos a ganar. Muchas cosas buenas vienen por esto. Vamos, vamos, Edrinson.
We were looking at our notes. Oscar, was interesting because both of these guys have very similar record, very similar amount of knockouts, and they're both actually in their last two fights coming off a loss and then a first-round knockout victory. So at the very kind of same point in both of their careers. Big fight for both of these guys.
It's a very big fight for them because as we know, fighters, we don't want to lose. We can't have two more losses in our record. So it's a very important fight for both of these guys. You know, since they started, you know, Garcia's been doing a great job outboxing his opponent since the first round. Looks very clear, looks very focused, very calm.
Foster with a new corner for this fight. He had spent the majority of his career with Luis Rosa and manager Marilyn Rose, but no longer with his manager, and has his brother Charles Foster in his corner. And sometimes when you suffer that first career loss and you start to kind of try to like reevaluate some things, and he kind of went with his brother, who was a former professional fighter himself. And a low blow here.
Listen to me. This is the second time.
Listen in.
Okay? Second time. No more. Okay? No more. Got it? Yeah. All right. Stay here.
And Sade Murdoch, a stiff warning after that absolute low blow there underneath the belt line of Edrinson Garcia. Said, take all the time you need.
Got to keep him up. Got to keep him up.
That's happened to you.
That's a sign of being desperate. Being desperate inside the ring. You know, since the first round, Garcia's been outboxing him. I can see it in his face. I can see it on Foster's face that he's getting very desperate. And he's doing everything possible to win this fight. But it can't be fair to be hitting low blows.
No point deduction there, but he said, you know, you heard the referee say that, you know, that's the second time, and he's given Garcia all the time that he needs to try to recover. You have to imagine that if that happens again, there would be a point deduction. Hopefully that's all the warning that Foster needs to keep it clean. Garcia working off the jab from that southpaw stance. And there's a nice uppercut shot from distance from Foster.
He's throwing everything he's got right now. He only got 2 more rounds to win this fight.
Good combination.
But he desperately needs a knockdown to win this fight because, you know, Garcia's been doing a heck of a job counter punching with that left hook, the right hook, right uppercut, using his legs.
Stop.
He's been doing an excellent job.
We've been keeping an eye on this fight as we've been preparing to call the next one. Right hand lands there for Garcia. Of course, you know, boxing scoring, sometimes it can be all over the place. And if this one goes the distance, it'll be interesting to see how they score those earlier rounds when both fighters kind of feeling themselves out. But Garcia has had a lot of success here. And he lands that right hand there and then slips under the counter shot from Foster.
Garcia looked confident, but you can't get over too confident. You know, these 2 rounds, anything can happen. In boxing, you can never get confident because that last round can determine if you win or lose. You stay focused, still having fun. I see him shoulder boning, doing different things, but stay focused on the fight, which is the most important thing if he wants to win.
And that's the goal. Everybody wants to win, right? You got to get in there and finish strong, especially, you know, you hear other commentators and you hear trainers, finish the round strong, finish the fight strong. Don't ever think that you really have the fight in the bag because you just never know how these judges have fights scored that have to go the distance to the scorecards.
Of course, we all want to win, but a lot of times we want to give the fans what they want.
Yeah.
That could be sometimes dangerous.
All right, one more round to go here. The scheduled 10-rounder at the 130-pound division. So we listen into the corners before the final round.
That was good pressure. How you feel? Good? You got good 3 minutes for you? Move your head slightly going in. Start with your left hook and right hand to the body. You got to press him down, all right? You keep pressing, but don't get hit pulling out. Keep your head on the swivel.
Cuídate la derecha porque tira y lo tira a la derecha. Tira a la derecha.
Take care of that right hand.
Regresa algo, ¿ok?
Dame agua.
Be careful from that right hand.
Último round, va muy bien, ¿ok?
Last round, you're doing just fine.
Ganador.
¡Eso! ¡Vamos,
You're the winner.
¡Vamos con todo! Vamos, va bien, viene con todo. Viene con todo.
Let's go with everything you got. Everything you got.
Este es tu round, vamos.
This is your round.
Cuídate con la derecha, vamos.
Tap it up, right here. Tap it up. Good job, keep it clean, let's go.
All right, both corners sounding pretty confident that their charge has done a good job and need to go out there and finish the fight.
Viene con la derecha, ya sabes.
He's coming in with that right hand. That's what the coach is saying.
That's exactly what happened. Tried to shoot the right hand. He shot it there, connected just barely to the body there of Garcia.
Garcia's got this fight in the bag. He just needs to be focused, not getting hit, win this round. Just survive. That's all you need. As far as Foster, he needs to land that big shot. He really needs a knockout to win this fight.
Nice lead shot on that combination there. Under 2 minutes left to go here in the fight.
Stop. Clean it up, fellas, clean it up.
You see that happen a lot of times, Oscar, when you have an orthodox and a southpaw fighter. They're the kind of the heads coming together. Referee trying to tell me clean it up in there. Watch out with lunge forward. Fortunately, nobody cut, no headbutts here. A nice right shot again. 2 right hands connecting there for Garcia.
Early in the rounds, there was a couple of headbutts that are very common when you have a southpaw and orthodox fighter going at it. But after Garcia started boxing him, those headbutts haven't landed.
Yeah, he's done a good job staying around the outside, controlling the pace and tempo of the fight. Has Garcia working off that jab, which you know, sometimes isn't as valuable of a weapon when you have orthodox and southpaw, right? Because those jab hands are meeting each other in the front. But he's been able to utilize it very well throughout the course of the 10 rounds.
What he's been doing well is his leg movements, going backwards, and working with his head. I see him taking out his tongue, trying to get in his head, and it's been working for him. He got a little careless early in the round and got hit with a right hand. That's pretty much the only shot that I see that was effective by Foster, but it wasn't enough.
I got it. Sit down.
Nice counter shot there. Neither fighter down in the fight. No point deductions, although warnings for a low blow from Foster. And 20 seconds left here now. Garcia seems to be cruising.
I got it.
Foster, if he wants to win this fight, he's got to land that shot, but I think it's a little too late now. It's got to be one of the most frustrating things as a fighter, knowing that you're losing the fight and you can't land that big shot.
And this one's going to go to the scorecards after a full 10 rounds. Little bonus coverage for you guys before we get to Abdullah Mason taking on Louis LeBron. That's coming up next in the lightweight division, scheduled for 8 rounds. Abdullah Mason's a special fighter. More on him in just a few minutes, but I think that the Edwardson Garcia corner is very confident that their southpaw fighter has done enough to get the decision here in Newark tonight. And we'll take a look at some of the highlights, Oscar. And that right hand, was it a nice weapon there, even for the southpaw?
He was doing that all night. He was just waiting, counter-punching. You can see Foster getting very frustrated, trying to land that shot, but Garcia did a great job just counter-punching, outboxing his opponent, getting to his head. He looked like he had a lot of fun inside that ring.
And Foster had some moments. We landed some good shots there, a tricky uppercut. They're just flicking with the jab, but just getting his head just off the line in order to land that straight left hand. That was a beautiful shot there from Garcia.
One of the basic rules when you fight a southpaw is that left leg needs to be outside his right leg and enter with that right hand. But then again, those one of those things that are easier said than done. It's way harder inside the ring, especially when you got a fighter like Garcia, who's a just beautiful boxer.
Still to come on the broadcast tonight, as I mentioned, Abdullah Mason, and then Keyshawn Davis taking on Miguel Medueno, and then our co-main event, Oshaki Foster taking on Obson Conceição for the WBC Junior Lightweight World title. Oshaki Foster looking to defend that belt, and then in our main event, Shakur Stevenson against Artem Harutyunyan. Here's the decision.
After 10 rounds here inside the Prudential Center, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. John Signorile scores the bout 99-91. Robin Taylor and Steve Weisfeld have it 98-92. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, Edson Garcia!
And just as my partner said, unanimous decision victory for Edwardson Garcia on one of the scorecards, 9 of the 10 rounds. On the other 2, 8 of the 10 rounds, all in favor of Garcia.
For me, I mean, I'm not a judge, but it was a clear unanimous decision.
Yep.
For
well, you're
Garcia.
1 for 1 so far on the round.
Seems like I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe so. Let's see if that holds true through the rest of the night. But no, my hat's off to Edwardson Garcia. Congratulations on the victory. Now 19-1 as a professional, 12 KOs. We take a look at a couple more highlights from this one. And again, just picking him apart. Smart boxing all night long. Just one step ahead.
Beautiful boxing skills from Garcia. Just waiting for him, waiting for that right moment. Counter punching from that left, right hand, and doing everything he can. Stay focused, very relaxed, trying to play with his head, and it was working. That's beautiful boxing, what you call right there. Nice uppercut.
And after suffering his first career loss a little less than a year ago to Jordan White, he's collected 2 wins in a row. Again, now 19-1 as a professional with 12 KOs. And performances like this are going to continue to get you opportunities on cards like this, even if you're not signed with a big promoter. That was a beautiful performance.
Exactly. When it comes even to losing, you know, there's ways of losing. If you lose and you give a great fight, well, the fans are going to want to see you again. Garcia did a great fight tonight. You know, I wasn't able to see his last performance when he had that loss, but I'm pretty sure it must have been a tough fight because you could tell that Garcia's just a good boxer. Works very well. His distance, his footwork is on point. So I could see him in the future coming up again.
All right, lots of great action still to come. Stay with us from Newark, New Jersey.
Tonight, all eyes are on Newark as the champ returns to the ring in front of his home crowd.
You guys ready for it? Winner take all. Let's do this.
And just look at the electricity that's in this building right now.
Shakur Stevenson looks to captivate the audience and maintain his WBC lightweight title.
Look at Shakur, showing what he's all about.
While Artem Harutyunyan seeks to upset the night and take his crown.
Oh my! What a shot that was!
This is Top Rank on ESPN.
Oh! Big right hand by Barrera! Oh, that was a big right hand! Oh, baby! You have won a war! This is the main event!
From inside the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey, Christina Poncher and Oscar Valdez here with you. And as we look towards our main event tonight, Shakur Stevenson taking on Artem Harutyunyan. And, you know, when I found out you were going to be calling this fight card with me, I thought nobody better, because not only have you been in the ring with Robson Conceição in our co-main event, but you've also shared the ring with Shakur Stevenson in our main event tonight. He's 21-0, 10 KOs. A lot of people have been giving him flack lately for the way that he fights, as if they have a short-term memory, because in my opinion, he's a super skilled fighter. He likes to come forward. He's a very special fighter. What makes him so difficult for his opponents when you're in the ring with him, Oscar?
Everything. His ring IQ. You know, man, me fighting him, you know, I guess I got to be completely honest. He's a very tough fighter to hit. His defense on point. His skills are another level. Very, very hard to hit him, obviously. But Shakur is just, he knows how to pick the shots, you know, when. And he's got that reach advantage that helps him a lot.
As you look at some of the highlights of some of the knockdowns that he's had in his career, and that's what a lot of people say when I've talked to them after they fight him, is like, you think that he's going to be there to get hit, and you go to throw your shot, and by the time it gets there, he's just slightly out of range. And, you know, speaking of, backing up that with some of the statistics here, you know, he's first in all of boxing when it comes to his plus-minus ratio. He connects on 46.8% of his power punches, but his opponents land only an average of 5 punches per round, which is the fewest of any champion or any fighter in all of boxing. And his opponents typically average only 16.7% of the punches that they throw.
Without a doubt, the one thing that stands out from Shakur Stevenson is his defense. It's very hard to see him. You got it right in front of him, and it's not like he's running. He's right in front of you. He just rocks back, just a little bit step, and is right in front of you, landing his shot. It might not be the strongest shot, and it's not because he doesn't hit. I believe it's because he doesn't try to. All he wants is to tap you, win the round, and just win the fight.
So Artem Harutyunyan, 12-1, 7 KOs, will have his hands full tonight in his first world title quest. But before we get to our next fight, Abdullah Mason taking on Louis Lebron, we want to let you in on some behind-the-scenes action from this week with some of the brightest stars Top Rank has to offer. Keyshawn Davis of Shockey Foster, Shakur Stevenson. Enjoy an inside look in a fight week. It's real time.
Shakur Stevenson!
Everybody wants you to lose.
I know, but it ain't gonna happen.
Let's get this party started! This is boxing! This is Top Rank!
Yeah. I'm happy, brother. Relax. Man, you're small, too. Yeah. Big head. Yeah, it's good.
This is one of the most talent-laden cards we've seen in quite a long time. Obviously, Shakur at the top of the bill. Keyshawn Davis, O'Shaquie Foster, and then not even on the poster behind me is Abdullah Mason, who is perhaps the best young ascending fighter in boxing. So in addition to a great main event, we have some of the best young talent there is to offer, and it's going to be a hell of a show.
Ready for weigh-in.
He's ready to punish Artem, man. You can just see it in his eyes. You can feel it in the air. You know, Shakur's just on another level, and I think that he's really going to try and have something to prove on Saturday night. Conceição having another title shot. He's always game against the top guys. He was game against Valdez. He was game against Navarrete. But Foster, man, Foster's got some dog in him, and we've seen it in his previous fights. And, you know, it should be a great scrap at 130 pounds for the WBC title.
Any belt Shakur ain't got belong to him. See, that's it. You can bring it to him without getting the ass whooping, or you can take the ass whooping, whichever way you choose to do it. We got right here, double trouble right here.
Whoa. Triple. Try to add Kells in that.
Triple. Okay,
Kevin Johnson, we about to whoop your ass, cuz.
They ass is smoke. We said it, and let it be written, and it's done.
Scheduled for 8 rounds in the lightweight division. Please welcome from San Juan, Puerto Rico, Luis Popeye Logron. 135.8, 135.8. Next on the scale from Cleveland, Ohio, Abdullah Mason. 134.8, 134.8 for Abdullah Mason. Scheduled for 8 rounds in the lightweight division. From San Juan, Puerto Rico, Luis Popeye Logron. From Cleveland, Ohio, Abdullah Mason. Our next bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the lightweight division. Our contracted weight here is 135 pounds. First on the scale, Miguel El Explosivo Madueno. 134.7, 134.7. And his opponent from Norfolk, Virginia, the businessman, Keyshawn Davis. 134.8, 134.8. This bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the lightweight division.
Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Don't touch him.
Okay. Just don't touch him, Key. Just don't. I know. Not my rules right now. Not my rules right now. Not my rules right now, Key.
To weigh in our co-feature of the evening. Please welcome from Bahia, Brazil, Robson O Bravo Conceição. 129.5 for the challenger, 129.5. From Orange, Texas, O'Shaquie Icewater Foster. 129.9, 129.9. 12 rounds for the WBC Junior Lightweight Championship of the World. Conceição Foster, 12 rounds for the WBC Junior Lightweight Championship of the World.
Good, bueno. No más. All done. Please, por favor. Come on, guys. All right. Take it.
For the WBC Lightweight Championship of the World, let's bring up the challenger from Yerevan, Armenia, Artem, the original Harutyunyan. 134.8, 134.8 from right here in Brick City, Newark, New Jersey, Shakur Stevenson. 134.1, 134.1. The challenger from Yerevan, Armenia, Artem, the original Harutyunyan. And the champion from Newark, New Jersey, Shakur Stevenson. 12 rounds for the WBC Lightweight Championship of the World. Artem, the original Harutyunyan. From Newark, New Jersey, Shakur Stevenson. 12 rounds for the WBC Lightweight Championship of the World.
All right, guys.
Huh?
Guys.
Everybody wants you to lose.
I know, but it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. Hey, it ain't gonna happen. mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. Right there. Right there. Right there. I told you, I hope you done your sit-ups.
He wanted to assert dominance, but, you know, we do that in the ring.
Oh, I just wanted to see what type of energy he was coming with, but he an old, calm, relaxed type of person, which is all good. He can save it for the ring, because I'm doing the same thing.
Ele tá achando que eu vim aqui brincar, mas eu não vim aqui brincar, eu vim aqui pra tirar o cinturão dele.
Boy started widening his eyes and like, what the hell you doing, bro?
Fazer a melhor luta da noite e sair daqui com o cinturão do mundo.
In every fight, he was always running, and this time I told him, don't run away, okay? But even your fans want you to lose. They don't like your style, you're boring. Now they want a new face, and I love Newark.
I said they want me to lose. I said it ain't gonna happen.
New world champion here in New Jersey, Newark, and I will be back again.
Shakur got a great team around him, man. Whether it's me, Bud, anybody else, he got a good team around him. You know, Jay Prince and his whole squad. Shakur is also figuring a lot out on his own. And I see him each year getting better and better and better. This fight is going to position him for the next big thing. So that's what you want. Put the people on notice once again.
You about to f him up. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say it.
Man, we ready. We got one more day. So we just tighten up, get a little boxing in, and we in there. We having some fun Saturday. Weather's good. Last day of workout here at Branch Brook Park in Newark, New Jersey. Love to get some jump roping, some boxing. Having a little fun before the real fun starts. It was an Instagram post, and I looked, I woke up. Hold on, we on ESPN. We on the real ESPN. It's time to execute. Game plan. It don't get no bigger than fighting on a World Championship undercard. Being on the main event.
Oh man, that is so nice, man. It's larger reach, you know. You're gonna get turned on to some new boxing fans, you know. It was exciting when he heard about that.
A little bit.
Yeah, we try to stay chill, man. We try to stay chill. He's ready.
Hey Abdullah, I hope you beat up the other guy on Saturday, and I hope you win.
Every fight he's been elevating, so I say this fight he's gonna take it there for sure. Y'all gonna see a little bit more. What y'all been saying, I think y'all gonna see a little bit more.
All right, Top Rank, y'all can cut the cameras. We getting in the last day of training for the fight. All right, y'all get out of here now.
We are here at the Newark Boys and Girls Club today. Shakur is a very sweet human outside the ring and has a huge heart. So we get to see the non-boxing side of Shakur Stevenson wherever we're here, doing events with kids and giving back to his community.
Shakur is a hometown hero. He's a world champion. He's been great. Now I think this is the 4th time he's come back to Newark to share his greatness here in the community. And I know everybody's here going to support him. So super excited for him to come and talk with the kids and share his experiences, answer their questions, and have a good time.
Yes, it actually makes me extremely proud to know that he still cares so much about the kids and the neighborhood in which he comes from. So that makes me happy. I was always a proud resident of where we come from, and he's like the best big brother, the best father, so he's always involved every day. So it's no surprise to me that he still wants to come back and show these kids that they could get out, which is why we drag all the kids to this event too, so they get to see that.
Who is it? Shakur who?
Stevenson.
So what does he do?
Box.
He boxes, does he box? He boxes really good? Great? One of the greatest of all time? Hall of Fame status? Shakur Stevenson.
The strategy you took in order to overcome any type of adversity or anything. To overcome adversity, or even like prevail through life was hard work and dedication. I just work hard, I train hard, I dedicate myself, I make sure that I don't do nothing that I'm not supposed to be doing. I eat, sleep, breathe boxing, and that's what got me to the top level. And to this day, I don't change.
Something happened this Saturday. Obviously, you're involved in it, but you did something really special for these young people. Can you tell them what's happening on Saturday for them?
Saturday, I got all y'all tickets. I want y'all to come out, watch me fight, come support, and I'm put on an amazing show.
It gives kids a sense of knowing that he comes from the same place they do, and then he really comes from there. We literally lived on Muhammad Ali Avenue right up the street. Kids went to school here so they can identify with him.
I'm so thankful that he gave us a free ticket. Yeah. He's the best person in the whole world. I pray that he wins every boxing match.
Say, oh God.
Oh God.
We got a battle going on.
We got a battle going on.
We ask you a favor.
We ask you a favor.
We shall win.
We shall win.
Stand by goal.
Stand by goal.
Not a child we left behind.
Newark is a city
that can't be beat.
That can't be beat.
That won't be beat.
That won't be beat.
1 for 1. 1
for 1.
1 for all.
1 for all.
Team Newark.
Team Newark.
I can't say how important it is to have kids feel inspired. You know, it's the work we do every day to make sure that they're confident and comfortable in their own skin. And that they can go out into the world and do whatever it is they imagine to do for their life and help people, help their family, help their community. So, I mean, just a day like this, just to lighten them up even more with somebody like Shakur Stevenson is a blessing.
I want to be a boxer now. Yeah, I want to be a boxer. I want to be a boxer now. I'm going up.
Best messages he relayed to the young people is that hard work, never quitting, never giving up will get you to wherever you want to go. And I mean, he's living proof of that.
As you saw scenics from the Prudential Center here in Newark, we are moments away from our next bout. Abdullah Mason taking on Luis LeBron, and this is a good fight right here, Oscar. When talking about Abdullah Mason, he's one of the hottest prospects, not only in the top-ranked stable, but in all of boxing. But he's matched tonight against a guy in Luis LeBron that has a ton of experience, has gone the distance with some other top-ranked undefeated prospects, and even though he has 5 knockouts, or has been stopped, 5 times, 5 losses, none of them have been by knockout, Oscar. So I'm trying to get that out. I'm so excited to say that he's never been knocked out. You can't look at the losses and judge somebody off that.
Well, look, I've seen Luis LeBron fight before. He's been a fighter who I always keep my eyes on, because I always try to keep an eye on the fighters who are close to my division. So I keep a close eye on Luis LeBron for a long time. He's a tough fighter. It's not easy. And for Mason to take this fight, you know, it talks a lot about him. We got the chance to talk to him yesterday. He seemed very confident, knows what he wants, and he's an extremely skillful kid. I like the kid.
Yeah, we are excited to see him in the ring. And, you know, coming off 3 straight stoppage wins, Abdullah Mason is one of the brightest prospects, opening tonight's main card here in the States on ESPN. And he is confident that the knockout streak will continue, but acknowledges his opponent presents a new challenge.
Luis LeBron, he's a durable opponent. He lets his hands go. He's coming to win. He's got as many knockouts as I have fights. I'm going to take my time just like I did the rest. And we're going to make sure that he doesn't have another knockout on his resume, but instead that'll be me. I feel comfortable fighting 8 rounds now. You could definitely take your time a little bit more, but you get to display a little bit more of your arsenal. You know, that's why it's called professional boxing, because you get to fight more like a professional instead of the amateurs. You may be watching the best fight of the lightweight division. Bring your family, grab your snacks, and stay seated until it's over.
And there is Luis Popeye LeBron on the scales yesterday. This fight taking place at lightweight, 135-pound limit. Abdullah Mason also on the scale. And a quick look here at the tail of the tape. Luis LeBron, 11 years older than the young Abdullah Mason. Mason does have a 2-inch reach advantage. 74-inch reach is pretty long reach for lightweights at 135 pounds. And Luis LeBron experience comes in the ring against some better opposition, but Abdullah Mason, really, when you look at tape on him and you watch him fight, kind of checks all the boxes as far as the skill set is concerned from what you want to see in a young fighter. He has sparred with the likes of some of the best names in the game, including Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson.
Newark, New Jersey. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. This bout is scheduled for 8 rounds in the lightweight division. Our judges at ringside: John Signorile, Robin Taylor, and Steve Weisfeld. And the referee in charge at the sound of the bell, Mary Glover. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, he weighed in at 135.8 pounds, wearing black trunks with gold and white trim. His record, 20 victories with 5 defeats and 1 draw. 13 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From San Juan, Puerto Rico, Luis Popeye LeBron. Introducing out of the red corner, presented in association with Antonio Leonard Promotions. He weighed in at 134.8 pounds, wearing purple trunks. His record, perfect. 13 fights, 13 victories. 11 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Cleveland, Ohio, Abdullah Mason!
All right, gentlemen, in the dressing room, you both receive the same instructions. Whatever you do, do it within the rules of boxing. You protect yourself at all times and obey my commands at all times. Let's touch up. Thank you.
Mary Glover, the referee in charge tonight. Christina Poncher and Oscar Valdez here with you on the call. The first of 4 bouts on our broadcast tonight. 3 of those bouts in the lightweight division, but Abdullah Mason gets things started here in the purple trunks with white gloves. Luis LeBron in the black trunks with the gold trim. See Abdullah Mason in that southpaw stance as he shoots that strong right-hand jab. Luis LeBron is coming off 2 back-to-back knockout victories after 3 consecutive losses. Prior to that, all 3 of those losses to undefeated Christian Tapia, Henry LeBron, and Duke Reagan before getting 2 wins. And now tonight, Abdullah Mason undefeated 13-0. So Luis LeBron has been matched tough against undefeated guys.
And Luis LeBron's been in there with a lot of tough fighters.
Yeah.
He's got all the experience. That's why it makes this fight very dangerous for Abdullah Mason, which I respect a lot, because when he's only got 13 fights, you know, maybe they barely start picking it up, but a fighter like Luis LeBron could be very dangerous. He's got a lot of knockouts.
LeBron telling us his game plan is to put the pressure on Abdullah Mason, look to counter and work intelligently because he knows Mason is very technical and very smart.
It's only the first round, and he's doing a great job with working that jab, that speed. He needs to stick like that if he wants to continue winning these rounds. But like I said, it's only the first round.
Mason throws the left hand down low to the body, then back up top with the jab. It's right out of the way of the right hand counter from LeBron. Hooks with that lead right hand there. Mason's corner, his father, his lead trainer, saying just keep it simple. Keep it simple right now. What's LeBron's corner telling him, Oscar?
To work that right hand. Working the right hand, just 1-on-1, fighting the left, a southpaw. Enter with that right hand, have his foot outside his right foot. He did say he was going to put some pressure.
And he gets tagged with the left hand to the body as he tries to open up. 20 seconds left here in round one. Solid start from the 20-year-old Abdullah Mason here in round one. Let's listen into the corner now.
You hear me? Take your time. It's working.
Mason.
It's working. Keep it simple. Keep that defense tight after you shoot, right? He unorthodox. He gonna send crazy shit, right? Just stay tight and keep doing what you do. Keep breaking.
Un solo golpe. Sácame el pie por fuera y no te toca más nada. Sácame el pie por fuera y camina para el otro lado. That's it.
Get that left foot. Get that left foot outside his right foot. And into with that right hand.
Make sure you tight, turn that. Keep using the ring, keep moving, keep snapping.
Bigger, you hear me? Move bigger, all right? When he keep inching to you, you shoot to that right, send that uppercut. Crazy, you hear me?
I'm gonna start telling you this curve.
Good, auto.
And just as we were saying in that first round, that battle for that lead foot position is so important in that battle between an orthodox and a southpaw fighter. You want to get your lead foot on the outside to establish that dominance with that lead foot in order to cut the distance and land the shot that, you know, LeBron's corner is looking for, which is the right hand. And the uppercut starts that combination for Mason.
You always want to have your left foot outside.
Right.
But it could be complicated when you got a fighter like Mason, who's a taller fighter, who fights backwards, who's using his reach advantage. And while you're thinking about it, you still got that strong right jab from Mason that's coming up pretty fast. Mason's doing a great job with that jab. Pretty fast, landing well.
And very clever, letting them work it out here on the inside as, you know, she took her time letting LeBron try to work there. And down to the body with the right hand goes Mason. LeBron's got to be careful just shooting that jab out there lazy like that, right?
Throwing that jab is gonna pay a toll when a fighter like Mason, who's counterpunching.
And already some blood coming from the nose of LeBron.
It's only the second round. It's only the second round I can see the speed increasing by Mason.
He is just turning it on and turning it up here early in round two. More blood from the nose of LeBron here. He's sharp and crisp with his shots, Oscar.
Mason only has 13 fights, and he looks like, it seems like if he were to have 30 fights inside that ring as a professional, he looks very confident. It's only the second round, and he's fighting like a veteran.
Very composed as a 20-year-old, as their LeBron was able to score a few punches in that combination when he opens up, but they've been few and far between so far. And
Mason can't get too careless inside. He might get careless, but that's where the experience of leads LeBron could
Oh, he looks like he got hurt by that shot. Down goes LeBron, barely, but that's a knockdown here in round 2.
6, 7, 8. Would you like to continue?
A delayed reaction. Can Abdullah Mason get the finish here under 40 seconds left to work in round 2?
He's like a shark right now. He saw some blood.
He smells blood big time. I don't think Luis LeBron wants any more. He's gingerly walking back to his corner.
5, 6, 7, 8. Listen. You want to continue?
No, why not?
You want to continue?
No.
Yes? No?
His corner's saying he wants to
I don't think he wants to continue.
His corner's saying he wants to continue.
I don't think he does. But he's going to be saved by the bell in 5 seconds if he can make it out of this round. But he sounded like he was saying no, right?
I heard his corner say,
tell him yes.
Yes, let's go.
He looked at his corner like, what? Are you sure?
At the end of the day, he's inside the ring. He calls the shots.
It's nothing.
He wants to quit. He can quit.
No chair. Take the chair.
Fortunately for him, the bell at the end of round 2. But that's
¿Qué pasó, papi?
a dominant round 2, to say the least, from Mason. Let's listen in.
Hey, estamos bien.
You're fine. You're fine.
Está bien. Estamos bien, papi.
Yeah, you're fine.
Está bien, ya, olvídate de la mano, caballo. Estos son los acentos de campeón, caballo.
This is what champions do. How's the hand? Seems like the hand might be hurting from LeBron.
That was a delayed reaction there on that shot, right on the temple. Take another look at it, Oscar. Here's the second knockdown. Again, just grazing on the head and grazing the body, and he just covers up and takes a seat.
Right in the temple. Those actually don't hurt. You actually can't remember those shots.
Ready?
Well, let's see how much more he can handle here as his corner sends him back out for round 3. Talked about the hand in the corner, possibly a hand injury, but 2 knockdowns scored for Mason in round 2.
You don't want to get hit. You got to walk forward. That's what the trainer's saying. Walk forward little by little. Don't get desperate inside. Don't get desperate. Walk forward. And that's only working for Mason.
Yeah.
Mason's speed is unbelievable right now.
And honestly, Oscar, LeBron's legs do not look steady at all still. Very gingerly coming forward. They're letting his hands go, trying to muster whatever he can to keep himself in this fight, and then he holds.
Once again, that's where the experience came from LeBron. You know, he's been hurt before. Maybe he hasn't been stopped, but he's been hurt before. He knows what it feels like to go to deep waters. And he said he was going to do it, but we're seeing the opposite right now because Mason, you can see he's extremely talented. He couldn't land those shots. And like I said, he smelled that blood.
And it looks like his corner stepping up on the apron, waving the towel. They've seen enough, and they stop the fight for their fighter here in the 3rd round. And Abdullah Mason collects his 4th straight knockout and his 14th win as a professional.
Good call. I got a little bit of blood on my shirt.
Welcome to commentary ringside. Usually you get blood on you from inside the ring, but now you get to see what it feels like.
It's much better on this side. I enjoy it most of it.
Congratulations to Abdullah Mason on a dominant performance tonight, stopping Luis LeBron, who has never been stopped as a professional. 5 losses have all been by the distance. Tonight, he's knocked out for the first time as a pro.
It was very impressive. I was very impressed by Abdullah Mason. His speed, his jab, that straight right hand, his confidence, everything. He was on point tonight.
I mean, he worked a ton of different punch combinations as well. He threw shots down to the body, hooks, uppercuts. The jab was strong.
Like I said before, he looked like a veteran inside that ring. He doesn't look like he only has 13 fights.
And he's 20 years old.
Only 20 years old. It's very impressive. I could definitely see him in the next couple of years a world champion.
Maybe sooner than that. Maybe in a year or 2. His family is, as much as they believe in the talent that they have in him, they're not trying to rush the process, and they do want to continue to step up in competition and get better. They matched him against a guy who had never been stopped as a pro, who, like I said, had fought Duke Reagan, and he had fought Henry LeBron and Frank Diaz and some other fighters, but tonight Abdullah Mason was the better man in the ring and gets the stoppage in the third round after Popeye LeBron's corner throws in the towel.
Everybody space out, get in the corner, get in the corner.
Here's Mark Chinook to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside Prudential Center, Newark, New Jersey. This bout comes to a conclusion at 1 minute, 18 seconds of round number 3. For your winner by technical knockout, Abdullah Mason.
Abdullah Mason, 14-0, and he's standing by with Mark Kriegel.
Abdullah, this is supposed to be a hard sport.
Supposedly, you know, outside of the ring, that's what it is. So we can make it easy inside. We want to have some fun in there when it comes fight night.
That was a tough guy, a 31-year-old veteran, wanted to take you the distance, drown you in deep waters. What message did you send tonight?
I guess we fed him a little bit of smoke, and he didn't have appetite for it.
You know, Tiger Woods once said, what, hello world?
Say that again.
This is your hello boxing.
Absolutely. Here we go, Abdullah Mason. We got an appetite for smoke.
Dad, Valiant, Mr. Trainer, did he learn anything tonight?
I think he taught something tonight. It's a clinic right here.
You ain't the problem. You might be the solution, though. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank y'all for coming out. And thank everybody for tuning in. I hope I gained some new fans today. And Newark, we in the house. Appreciate y'all. We on ESPN. Let's go.
Thank you very much, man. Congratulations. Fellas, back to you.
Well, that's why you put in all the hard work in the gym, right? So that it pays off in the ring and you can perform the way he did tonight.
He's a talented kid, but talent will only take you so far. If this kid continues to be talented, disciplined, and works hard, I can see a bright future for him.
I couldn't agree with you more. Here's a couple more looks at how he got it done. 2 knockdowns that scored in that second round with a couple shots that just grazed the temple. I think that leg hook finished that combination there, hurt him. Down twice, actually, in the second round again. Never regained his legs after that. Thought maybe they were going to stop it at the end of the second, but it was kind of close to the bell. His corner wanted him to continue to come out for the third. He tried to let his hands go a little bit, but continued to get touched every time.
Yeah, LeBron seemed like he didn't really want it after the first knockdown. I mean, Mason, he's got it all. He's got the speed. He's got the power. That's what I saw tonight. He seems like he's got a lot of power at 135. And he's got the boxing skills. He's a full package fighter.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing more of Abdullah Mason in the future. Luis LeBron now 26-1 as a pro, 13 KOs. Still to come, Keyshawn Davis taking on Miguel Madueno. That's what's coming up next. And then our 2 world title fights in our co-main and main event. Shaki Foster will be making the 3rd world title defense of his WBC lightweight title against Robson Conceição, and then our main event, Shakur Stevenson making the 1st defense of his WBC lightweight title against Artem Harutyunyan. That's still to come tonight on our broadcast from Newark, New Jersey at the Prudential Center. It's been a busy summer already with Top Rank Boxing, and it's going to continue for the next 2 consecutive weeks. We leave here and head back to Las Vegas to the Palms Hotel, where Janabek Alimkhanalot will be looking to make the defense of both of his middleweight straps. And then on an overnight show from Japan, one of the hardest hitters in all of boxing, Junto Nakatani, taking on Vincent Astrolabio Saturday, July 20th. And then a bit of a break, August 10th. We come back in Albuquerque, New Mexico with one of the most exciting fighters in the game, Luis Alberto Lopez, looking to defend his IBF featherweight world title against Angelo Leo. Next up on the card this evening, Keyshawn Davis taking on Miguel Madueno, and Keyshawn will be defending a few of his smaller belts on this card. He has a WBC, USA, USBA, etc. Lightweight, talented, undefeated, talks the talk, walks the walk. Oscar Valdez, your thoughts on Keyshawn Davis as a fighter when you watch tape on him?
I mean, Keyshawn Davis, you know, he always got you always got doubts. Is he that good? Is he all right? You will never know if you haven't been tested. After his last performance against Pedraza, I was really impressed. Yeah. I didn't expect that. I expected a tougher fight. I expected Pedraza to do a little bit more, being that he's has a lot of experience, has a great amateur pedigree, and it wasn't enough. Keyshawn completely dominated him. It was very impressive to see, and I could see a bright future for Keyshawn.
All right, Keyshawn and his brother Kelvin, who was also on the card tonight. This is the fifth time in their pro careers that they're fighting on the same card, and you know, they love when both of them train together and perform together, and most importantly, get the wins together.
Me and my brothers, we train all year round, like consistently, non-stop, just to get each other better and elevate our games together. We push each other every day, outside the camp and inside the camp, so we can all be great at the end of the day. We push each other, don't nothing come between us, and we trying to take it to as far as we can. There's no ceiling on where we can take it. We're gonna take it as far as we can. Me and Keyshawn are hoping to show that we belong in this sport and that DB3 is here to stay. So tune in, I'm bringing that excitement, I'm bringing that power, you know what I'm saying? And I'm knocking these guys out, and I don't plan on stopping.
And that was Keyshawn's brother Kelvin, who fought and won a majority decision earlier tonight. But I mean, Keyshawn will double down and say the same thing as Kelvin. We talked to both of them this week. DB3 they have another brother that's also a fighter, and no matter what, it's a family affair with them. And since they've been with Brian Bomac McIntyre, the B&B team, training alongside Terrence Crawford as well, their stock has only continued to rise. There is Miguel Explosivo Madueno and Keyshawn Davis on the scales yesterday at the weigh-ins. Keyshawn kind of tested him a bit. Madueno didn't even flinch, though, Oscar.
Oh, Madueno, he got a lot of experience coming from some Guasave, Sinaloa, Mexico. He's a fighter who he's not scared. He's not scared. He's here to fight.
Absolutely. Both 25 years old, nearly the same height, and the 2-inch reach advantage for Keyshawn Davis, but Miguel Madueno will be trying to close that distance and fight on the inside and make Keyshawn fight him. I think that the amount of punches that Madueno throws, I can only see this fight going one way, and that's him continuing to come forward. He's not going to outbox Keyshawn Davis.
He only has one style, and it's to come forward.
Yep.
Come forward and make a tough fight for Keyshawn Davis. He did say that he was going to do it. Seems confident, and just hope it's a good fight for the fans.
There's a look at Miguel Madueno, 31-2 with 28 KOs. Let me say that again. Out of his 31 wins, 28 of those wins are by way of knockout.
He's got more knockouts than Keyshawn has fights.
Yeah, times 2.5. 10 fights only total for Keyshawn. So that part goes to his advantage. And they're both 25 years old, too. He's just had a world of experience when it comes to the pro game, whereas Keyshawn Davis had a lot of experience, especially in the Olympics and in his amateur career before turning pro. There is Keyshawn Davis making his way to the ring. His mother right behind him holding his belt, with his brothers right there to his right. Keyshawn Davis, another fighter that not only prides himself on delivering with his performance inside the ring, but he really wants to be the next face of boxing, the whole package. He wants all the promotion, he wants all the smoke, all of it. He loves the show, he loves to perform.
And he's not scared. He's not scared to call the big names.
You're exactly right, Oscar. Even he's going after Teofimo Lopez. I mean, he's calling out. He's not even fighting 12-rounders yet, but he still wants.
He said he wants to be the main event. He wants to fight the big names. Not scared of mentioning nobody. But he's got to demonstrate it tonight. Miguel Madueno is not an easy opponent.
Miguel Madueno, again, has 2 losses, but both of those losses have come by way of decision. He has not been stopped as a professional yet either. And there's his brother Kelvin right behind him, who, as I mentioned, got the win earlier tonight and is now 13-0 as a pro. Got his mother, who's his manager, has his grandmother here. It's a family affair, and he says he loves fighting in Newark. Only thing he wishes was different. He's like, I feel like I should be the co-main event. Even though he's not fighting for a title like O'Shaquie Foster is defending his, he's like, I should have been higher up on the card. I'm here to steal the show.
He seemed upset about that. He seemed very upset. He wants to be there. He wants to be the main event, or at least the co-main event.
Right?
But it is pretty hard when you don't got the belts. He needs to understand that. you got to work yourself to get to that position. And he's in the right path.
Ladies and
He's in the right
gentlemen,
path.
welcome inside Prudential Center here in beautiful Newark, New Jersey. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. This bout is scheduled for 10 rounds for the USBA, WBC USA, and WBO Intercontinental lightweight titles. Your judges at ringside, Mark Constantino, Ron McNair, and Steve Weisfeld. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, David Franciosi. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, presented in association with Campanovo Sports. He weighed in at 134.7 pounds, wearing black trunks with burgundy trim. His record, 31 victories with 2 defeats. 28 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Sinaloa, Mexico, Miguel El Explosivo Madueno. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 134.8 pounds, wearing red and black trunks. His record, 10 victories, no defeats, 1 no contest. 7 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is a U.S. Olympic silver medalist. He is the reigning and defending USBA, WBC USA, and WBO Intercontinental lightweight champion, representing the 7 cities in his hometown, Norfolk, Virginia, the businessman, Keyshawn Davis.
All right, seconds out, guys. Your mouthpiece. Mouthpiece. Trunk's good, trunk's good. Gentlemen, we go over the rules earlier. Most important, protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times, and give me a good clean break. Good luck to you both. Touch them up.
All right, here we go. Keyshawn Davis taking on Miguel Madueno. Christina Poncher and Oscar Valdez on the call here with you from the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. I'd like to welcome all of our friends watching on Sky Sports in the UK and Ireland. A pleasure to have you with us. Keyshawn Davis looking to remain undefeated. Now his 11th pro fight, 7 wins by knockout. And Miguel Madueno, 31 wins, 28 of those by way of knockout. He has lost twice, but both of those have been by decision as Davis gets to work early on the body of Madueno. And Madueno answers with the right hand. Miguel Madueno telling us this week that, you know, the name Keyshawn Davis presents a great opportunity for me. You know, I just feel like he hasn't been exposed yet. He hasn't fought anybody like me. So my plan is to dig to the body early, come straight forward, and hopefully get the stoppage.
And he can do it. I mean, he's got a lot of experience. He's been in the ring with some tough fighters. Let's just hope he can work out for either fighter.
Stop, come on. Come on, stop it. Stop it. Stop, box.
And David Franciosi already having to warn the fighters for the antics here early in the first minute of round 1 of the scheduled 10-rounder. And for Keyshawn Davis, you know, he told us the biggest difference right now as he lands that stab jab to the body is that he feels like he's growing into his a grown professional fighter. Yeah, he's got 10 fights under his belt. He's like, you know, make the transition from amateur to pros. I feel like I'm doing a good job. I was meant for this, but I feel now like I'm really training and carrying myself as a professional fighter, really settling in.
You can see him evolve as he keeps on fighting. Every time I see him, he becomes just a little bit better, and then a little bit better his next fight. And he's just a great fighter in general.
He's training with the guys at B&B Boxing Academy, Bo Mack, Brian McIntyre, Isao Dieguez, Red Spikes. Of course, he has Rendell. Johnson in his corner, who's always been with him as well. And again, some of the antics I was mentioning, and lifts up Madueno.
That could be a rookie move for Keyshawn. Maybe the fight gets tougher during the round. You might need all the energy you want for the later rounds. You can't, it's only the first round. You can't use all that energy in little things like that. And a fighter like Miguel Madueno, who's just going to come forward and risking everything. It doesn't matter if he gets hit with a shot. He doesn't care to risk that. As long as he lands a shot.
Oh, nice right hand off the slip. Slipped the shot and came up with the right hand, did Davis. And Madueno, just as we thought, Oscar, just continuing to come forward and take shots like that, but still stand right there.
Madueno's big shot.
Oh, he got hit with another
big shot, but Keyshawn Davis, his defense always on point.
Two steps back.
So it could be a problem for Madueno, but Keyshawn Davis, if he continues doing that, using that jab to the body, it could be easy night for him.
Again, down to the body for Davis, and then gets right out of range from the counters from Madueno, who is lunging forward with some of these shots. He's got to be careful as the first round comes to an end. Let's listen into the corners now. And there's Shakur Stevenson. He'll be in our main event tonight defending his WBC lightweight title, but of course, friends and watching intently this fight with Keyshawn and Miguel as he gets ready to get his hands wrapped. Shakur Stevenson taking on Artem Harutyunyan in a 12-round WBC lightweight fight. Here's Madueno's corner.
Start with the pressure. Start using that pressure. You caught him there with that one shot. As soon as you can, let those hands go.
I mean, I feel like he is letting his hands go. He's just having a hard time catching them.
It's easier said than done when you got a fighter like Keyshawn Davis, whose skills are just at another level.
Keyshawn ranked number 3 by the WBC, 4 by the IBF, and 5 by the WBO. He's a 2020 Olympic Games silver medalist. Highly touted amateur, been a pro for about 3 years now. And Miguel Madueno trying to use that lead right hand to hold. Kind of using his jab hand to hold bring his head in and then let the right hand go.
Seems dirty, but Keyshawn Davis needs to stay focused. Stay focused to the game plan.
Madueno's corner wanting him to work the body. Maybe trying to slow down that movement of Davis as he tries to shoot the left hand there to Davis's body.
Start working to the body. That's what they're saying. Exactly what they're saying. Work to the body.
Break clean. Thank you.
Cut the corners.
Davis feels that Madueno, and the film that he's watched of him, is that he kind of gasses out after the first couple of rounds. So he's going to take his time and be patient, pick his shots here, but look for him to turn it up after the first few rounds once he senses Madueno slowing down a bit.
Break clean. Thank you.
Madueno, if he could keep this pace up for the next round, it could become complicated for Keyshawn Davis.
And he landed a left hand there in that combination, but a lot of holding here, this time from Davis. A minute left here in round 2. How frustrating is that as a fighter when your opponent...
Very frustrating. We're fighters. We're not wrestlers. So when that starts play, it becomes very tiring for the fighters because we train to fight. We fight and we use our footwork, our hands, and we start wrestling. It becomes a different game plan. It becomes very tiring.
Madueno looking to unleash, but getting caught with the counters, particularly by the right hand of Davis. But Davis does get caught when he stands there in front of Madueno.
Madueno's actually landing some shots right now. Keyshawn, what he needs to do is move around, use his footwork. He's got beautiful boxing skills. Use that jab. Use his distance. And stay focused, which he looks like he is.
Left hand to the body, but blocks the one up top.
Quickly. 5 seconds.
te estás sintiendo, Miguel, ¿ok? Dame, Miguel. Cuando lo hicieres y te haga esta guardia, no le tires a la cabeza, pégame de aquí abajo o métele doble derecha para que la segunda sea la que entre.
When he's using the shoulder roll, don't throw to the head, dig to the body.
Okay. That guy is holding all time. Que tengas cuidado con la cabeza, Miguel. Acuérdate que en el clinch, tápate y empieza a picarlo. Ahora, Miguel, cuando están adentro,
when he cleans his hands, start working to the body. Remember, when he puts his head down, dig to the body.
Give me help. Give me number. Just stay relaxed. Be calm. Keep your hands up. Step around. Okay? Give me another deep breath. How you feel? Stay relaxed. Keep your jab in his face. Keep stabbing him.
Stay relaxed, stay calm, keep your jab in his face, and just keep stepping around. The advice from Matt to Keyshawn in the corner there as we start round 3. Christina Pontra, Oscar Valdez here with you so far. Keyshawn Davis has landed 43% of his power punches in the first 2 rounds, holding his opponent to 17% of his power shots, 13% overall as he keeps that tight defense. Down to the body with the right hook for Davis, back up top. Standing there trading with him now with the lead hand with the uppercut. Back to the jab. 1-2 from Davis.
Mardueno's cornered is saying to use that head movement. Use that head movement, dig to the body. He was doing it pretty fine the first 2 rounds. Now this round, it was like Keyshawn Davis is starting to step it up and being a smarter fighter.
And that's what he said right after these first couple rounds, and he felt like he would feel him out, he would step on the gas.
Keyshawn said that. Said he gasses out. He's going to wait, be patient, be the smarter fighter. And from what it looks like, he's starting to do that.
Oh, that right hand landed flush for Keyshawn Davis at the end of that exchange, but Mardueno wore it well.
Mardueno's doing a great job putting pressure. That could be very tiring for Keyshawn Davis.
Stop, break clean, break clean.
If he manages to stay focused and stay relaxed, picking the shots, it's going to be just fine. Stays in the ropes like that, it could be a long night for Keyshawn.
And sometimes Keyshawn will look to stand there and show his defensive prowess, but Mardueno's getting some of these shots through, even if it's not with his gloves, even following through with his punch through his forearm and elbow, just touching them.
He's making impressions. You know, that could affect the judge's decision of who wins this round.
Absolutely.
Work out of there if you could.
Anytime that Mardueno can get Davis to stand and throw with him, that's more of the pace, that's more of Mardueno's dictating the fight the way he wants it.
That's his best shot of winning. Mardueno's best shot is to making the fight dirty, staying close to him and landing those shots, whatever shots he can.
Down to the body goes Davis. 4-punch combination down low. Eats a jab there from Davis. Back to the double jab. Hooks that lead hand now. Ten seconds left here in round 3.
Step back, step back, step back, let him go.
And there is O'Shaquie Foster, your WBC junior lightweight world champion. He's coming up next against a man who, the man to my right is very familiar with, Robson Conceição, who you spent time in the ring with as well. And O'Shaquie Foster may be a future opponent of yours down the line. Should be a very good co-main event. I'm looking forward to this matchup. Probably the best matchup on the card.
Definitely. I'm very excited to be here with you, Christina. But one of the most things that I'm excited about is seeing these fights, because they're future opponents. They're future opponents. I got the best seats in the row, and I'm going to be here studying and analyzing them.
out loud for you guys. I promise I won't catch him. I won't let him just sit there and watch. I promise I'll make him talk it through and share his experience, at least from his time in the ring with Conceição. But and then when we see Shakur Stevenson in our main event as well, another opponent of yours, and we'll be talking main event shortly, but I'm looking forward to our fight coming up next, probably the best matched fight on the night, considering the caliber of both fighters. And although Ashaki Foster is the favorite, he's the champion, hopefully no one's sleeping on Robson Conceição, because he poses a lot of challenges. He's been in world title fights 3 times, didn't come out on the winning end, but he's gotten better each and every time. He took something away from all of those victories. Oh, and right now, Keyshawn Davis just piecing up Miguel Medueno here in round 4. Just hitting him with every shot. Uppercut, hooks, more hooks, left side, right side. Medueno now, I know he wants to just come forward, Oscar, but he's got to get on the move a little bit, buy himself some time here.
A lot of Mexican fighters, us Mexican fighters, like to take pride on being brave and having that warrior instinct, but it could be counterproductive on this time, because he's taking a lot of shots from Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn Davis looks comfortable now, landing those big shots. Keyshawn did say he was going to do this, stay relaxed, and then start landing his bigger shots.
He's putting some more legs into some of these shots here, as finally Medueno looks to answer back with a couple shots of his own, and now a hold as we are about halfway through round 4.
Keyshawn has to be careful, because even though this guy might be hurt, he can still be dangerous landing up with those shots.
Yeah, especially considering most of his wins have come by knockout. Some of those one-punch knockout. So you can't count a puncher out until the very end. Taking his time. I like the composure, though, by Davis.
Davis doing a great job. One of the things that I like right now is he didn't gas out. He still got a lot of rounds to go. That's a big mistake a lot of fighters we do early in the fights. We don't got a lot of experience. We try to gas out the earlier rounds, and then we don't got nothing for the later rounds. Keyshawn's doing a great job by staying relaxed, staying composed, and landing and picking his shots.
Yes, and being able to get his head off the line just out of distance and then answer back with the counter shots. I mean, the fluidity from his defense to offense right now has been beautiful to watch.
I like
beautiful
boxing for Keyshawn. Keyshawn's doing a great job staying composed, picking his shots. But you can't count Madero out. Madero's still dangerous. He's still coming forward. You look at his eyes, looking for that shot.
Yeah, and with all those shots that he got hit with, like he's just wearing them. What is his chin made of?
He's brave, that's for sure. He's brave. He's looking forward to landing that big shot. Like I said before, he doesn't care getting hit. 5 jabs or 5 right hands, as long as he lands his big shot.
Dominant round from Davis here in round 4. Let's listen in.
Beautiful. Hey, keep going to that body. Keep stabbing him and shit. He ain't gonna keep taking those head punches too much longer. Go downstairs, come back upstairs. All right.
Nice body shots. Keyshawn is picking his shots. That's the main key, picking his shots. Not throwing too many shots that were landing in the air. Right on point for Keyshawn Davis.
All right. How you feel? Give me a deep breath.
Hey, kid, everything good, kid. If you hurt him again, don't forget the body. Don't stay focused on the head. Head and body, and the veins. All right? Do some veins, too.
Give me a deep breath. Give me a deep breath.
I like what they see from Davis, the way that he worked the body and then came back up to the head, and he brought that guard down with the left hand and then was able to score with the right, as you're seeing in the replay here. Just a great arsenal of punches.
Stop. Break clean, break clean, break.
One of the things I like about Keyshawn, he doesn't just stick to one shot. He's got variety in his shots. He changes them up. Right hand, uppercut, body, left hook.
Ready?
He's got a lot.
What can Miguel Madueno do, Oscar, at this point? Like, if you're his trainer, you're in his corner. What adjustments can he make to start to work himself back in this fight? Right now, he's only landing 15% of his shot.
As far as Madueno's style, he's only got one shot. It's to land his shot. And if you can take a punch, risk it, and come forward and land your shot. Unless he's got some boxing skills where he can actually move around and try to switch around the combinations. But if he doesn't have it, go for it.
One of those left hands by Madueno did land there on Davis, but just not much on it at this point. Everything kind of arm punching, nothing really coming from his base, Oscar.
It seems like he's gassing out. He's throwing a lot of shots, putting a lot of pressure, but that could be counterproductive in the later rounds.
Should we get there?
Keyshawn Davis, once again, he said that. He called it. He said he was going to be patient. And then after a couple of rounds, he's going to start adjusting and adding more punches.
His corner telling him, don't forget the body. Use some of those feints and work downstairs and then back upstairs. He landed 7 body shots, a fight high in the last round.
His corner of Madueno is telling him to throw some uppercuts in those combinations. Easier said than done when you got someone like Keyshawn Davis who's just using that great defense and counter-punching.
Let his arm go.
Madueno just constantly working and letting his hands go, but really just flailing his arms, Oscar. You don't see any oomph in any of these shots right here. That's not going to get the job done.
There's no strength in those shots. They're just trying to throw volume punches, but they're not landing. And as a fighter, those shots, those punches that don't land are the ones that get you the most tired inside that ring.
20 seconds left here in round 5. The punch output dropped significantly for both fighters in this round compared to last round. Maybe Davis taking his foot off the gas just a little bit here as he lets Madueno throw and miss.
Jala aire. Todo mejor el round. Ponme atención, Miguel. Miguel, ya cuando estás adentro, ya
It was a better round for you this one.
He ain't got as much effect on the punches that he did before the first round, right? Let's keep going to the body. We still got 5 more rounds to go, okay?
Y me lo agarres abierto abajo, ¿ok? Pero necesito que le pegues duro abajo, Miguel, ¿ok?
I need you to hit him strong into the body.
Ya más constante. Y cuando muestre la cintura...
All of that, you're not giving nothing back.
You gotta use a lot of hand movement, but be consistent with landing those
Step
shots.
around, pop up, over, around, under, around, step off. All right?
Give me hook, upper hook.
Hey, and you gotta give him some resistance, not give him no resistance.
No te me frustres, tú puedes. Yo que necesito que metas más presión, más.
I know you can. I know you can do this, but I need you to put some pressure.
Dale agua. Ya tiene agua.
Well, I think Madueno's corner liked what they saw in that round because he did throw more punches than Keyshawn Davis. He threw 67 punches in that round compared to 38 from Keyshawn, but he still landed less shots in those 68 punches. But that activity rate is what his corner wants to see.
Activity, but those shots were landing. The few that landed didn't have a lot of strength to them, so it looks like Keyshawn was just having a good time.
Oh, just ate a 3-piece there from Davis. Again, back with a 2-punch combination, landing flush to start round 6.
Stop! Get up. All right. Come on, let's go.
His corner told him to stick to the body, but Keyshawn was holding him, so.
Oh, there he goes to the body with the left hand there. Madueno looks to answer with the right hook to the body and misses. Shoots it again. Keyshawn holds.
Get your hands out. Let me go. Break. Stop. Break. Break. Guys, come on, man. Break.
You know, Davis's technique sometimes when he gets in close is also to hold Madueno. He is holding his arm when he gets in close and kind of smothering those shots from his opponent.
Clinching is a big part of the game plan. It's a big part of the game plan. It could save the fight. It could save you from winning or losing.
I don't think the crowd's liking it very much as They want to see clean shots like that. Madueno just missing with an uppercut there.
Madueno's corner insistently telling him to dig to the body.
Yeah, he's thrown, or excuse me, he's landed 15 body shots in this fight, according to CompuBox. Keyshawn Davis has landed 30.
He landed a nice right hand, but it didn't seem like it had a lot of power to it. On the contrary, from Keyshawn, every shot that he throws seems like he's doing a little bit more damage than Madueno.
Counter right hand lands as he kind of holds him at bay with that lead hand. Not really something you're supposed to do, but...
Stop boxing, stop. Stop. Sit. Come on.
The referee has kind of had his hands full, literally. This fight, trying to break these guys. Got sweat all over his shirt. Making him work tonight.
Madueno, if he wants to land those shots, he needs to cut the corners. You can't just keep following Keyshawn like that. He needs to cut the corners if he wants to land a shot.
And how does he do that for those listening?
Once again, easier said than done, but you got to use the footwork. Footwork. Put your left foot outside outside the ring.
Some antics after the bell, as Madueno didn't like the jawing and actually threw a shot that clipped our referee.
Who just hit me? He did. You fuck with me, I'm going to disqualify you. 1, 2, 3. Done, okay?
Good to see him smiling and laughing that off as he took a shot from Madueno in that exchange after the bell, after the fighters were jawing back and forth. Probably the cleanest punch Madueno. Just kidding,
it was obviously an accident, and the shot was meant for Keyshawn, but that was after the bell. You gotta stay professional. Wait for the bell.
And there's the bell. And there was some jawing between the two back and forth. And Keyshawn kind of pushed him at first, and he countered back. And now things are getting a little bit out of hand here in round 7. And he kind of tried to push him away, and that's when kind of the face of the glove caught the referee. Thankfully, it wasn't a big shot, as a counter right hand lands there from Davis, and he's going to pick up Keyshawn. And we're getting a little WWE and a little boxing into the ring tonight.
Knock it off!
Things are getting heated. I don't like it. Just keep it professional. Let's fight. But the fans are loving it, so that's a win.
I know the referee's not, and probably a point deduction is on the way if these antics continue.
Madueno, if he keeps it up, he's not only going to fight Keyshawn, he's going to have to fight against the referee now.
Under 2 minutes left to go here in round 7. Davis looking to work as Madueno looks to land to the body. So probably would be a good time to mention that there have been a couple point deductions in the career of Madueno. He's got penalized 1 point earlier this year for punching behind the back of the head in the 5th round. He was also penalized a point back in 2022 against Jezreel Corrales in the 3rd round. So a few point deductions in the career of Madueno, and maybe some of these antics may lead to another if they continue, but Keyshawn Davis landing a nice combination there.
It could be signs of being frustrated.
Sure.
It gets very hard when you're throwing those shots and they're not landing against Keyshawn. And Keyshawn picking his shots, I think his only hope is to make the fight dirty.
A minute left in round 7, and a very eventful break in 2 minutes.
Break, please, stop.
And you know, Davis has landed 50% of the punches that he's thrown, but kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier. Medueno not really hurt, wearing a lot of these shots very well.
He could take a shot.
Yeah.
It clearly could take a shot. You know, earlier in the round, it seemed like he was hurt. And I thought for a moment that the fight could have ended early. But it seems not. Medueno's showing some heart coming forward. The only thing that I don't like is making the fight dirty.
Yeah, I agree with you. Down to the body for Davis.
Stop at the bell. 3, 2, 5.
And here's the exchange once again at the end of the round. The referee steps in, and there's the shove, which we couldn't see from where we were sitting, from Davis that initiated the contact, and then Medueno's response that unfortunately caught some of the face of our referee. But it was actually Davis that initiated the glove to the face, and from where we were, we couldn't see that first shot. You always see the retaliation, right? Never the first shot.
They're acting like little kids now.
Right?
But Medueno's got he did land a shot to a referee, which could become scary.
Same thing. Step around and jab.
Could end up to a disqualification. You don't want
follow you a little bit. Knock that right hand. Break clean.
Cuando estás mareando, ¡pum! Ahí lo clava, sí puedes.
Round 7 of the scheduled 10-rounder lightweight division. Christina Poncher, Oscar Valdez on the mic here with you from the Prudential Center. Newark, New Jersey. Still to come, 2 world title fights. Robson Conceição taking on champ Shocky Foster coming up next. And then Shakur Stevenson looking to defend his WBC lightweight title against Artem Harutyunyan. Right now, a pretty dominant performance from the businessman, Keyshawn Davis. Landing 50% of his punches compared to just 14% from his opponent, but Medueno's worn all those punches. Neither fighter hurt, neither fighter down. But if Medueno wants to get the dub tonight, I mean, at this point, he needs a stoppage, and he's got to start sitting down on some of these shots.
He needs a knockout to win this fight. And he's looking for it. He's coming forward, trying to take his shots, but it's not working against a fighter like Keyshawn. Keyshawn's he's got his very good defensive skills, counter-punching. He looks like he's having fun.
Count to the body with the right hand and then slips the counter right from Medueno. Double jab, right hand from Davis as he moves out towards the right hand and then spins around. And what do you think about the holding? I mean, would you say if one guy's holding more than the other, they've both done their fair share? I mean, there's been a lot of it.
It's necessary sometimes, you know, but boxing is very necessary. I mean, the fans might not like it, but when you're inside the ring and you got a couple of rounds in yourself and you're tired, one of the best defensive skills is to clinch, hold them. It could save you from a knockout.
Back of the head, break clean. Break clean.
To me as a fighter, I accept it.
Break.
Back to the jab goes Davis, and lunging forward is Medueno, but missing a lot of these wild shots. Got to tighten it up a little bit. We try to catch Davis while he's throwing, but he's taking the long route with the looping shots, and they're just not having the effectiveness, not getting to the target fast enough.
I asked Keyshawn if this was his toughest fight, and he said yes. I was surprised because having a fighter like Pedraza in front of him, I would expect him to say Pedraza, but from what it looks like, he's winning clearly, but he might be getting a little bit tired after the pressure that Maleto's giving him.
And I think he said that too because of the amount of knockouts that Medueno has, right? He's like, yeah, I knew that Pedraza was going to be a sharpshooter, you know, that he was going to be able to like pick his shots and I'd be able to outbox him, but he's like, I think Medueno, his aggressive swarming style and his high knockout ratio has potential for risk.
It's dangerous from the first round to the last round, so that's what makes it more difficult.
Miguel, tú, tranquilito, pon atención. Trito por cada, mira Miguel. Él te está esperando, cuate. Para hacerle...
The challenger in our main event tonight, Artem Harutyunyan. His first opportunity at a world title, his second consecutive fight in the United States. And we had a chance to speak with him this week, and I really liked his demeanor. He's calm and very much ready for the opportunity at hand.
His vibration was another level. He seemed very calm.
Right?
Actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
Saying a couple of jokes. Saying he's not nervous. Saying he's enjoying every single moment of this fight, which that could make it dangerous because he's got nothing to lose and everything to win. He said that the pressure was on Shakur Stevenson, which in my eyes, I kind of agree with him.
1,000%. You're hard pressed to find many people coming in here that maybe whose last name isn't Harutyunyan or on the payroll who really think that he's going to come in here and get the job done tonight. But if you watch his fight against Frank Martin, a fight that he told us he had like 3 weeks notice for, had only been in the States a few days prior to the fight, and still put on a hell of a fight against Frank Martin. You know, obviously had to take that knee at the end from injury. Didn't have his coach in his corner for that fight. So there was a lot of things working against him, and he still had a great performance against Frank Martin. So can he have an even better performance and maybe upset the apple cart tonight against Shakur Stevenson?
He definitely can. And Shakur said it perfectly. A lot of times, these fighters are the most dangerous because nobody knows them. Everybody expects you to win easily. And they don't know that this fighter could be extremely dangerous. There was a point where nobody knew who Manny Pacquiao was.
Absolutely.
There was a point where nobody knew where Chino Maidana was. There was a point where a lot of these fighters were stars. They were nobodies at a time.
I mean, even a guy you shared the ring with, Emmanuel Navarrete. When he came in that fight against Dogbe, nobody knew who Emmanuel Navarrete was. And next thing you know, he just went on a tear, winning world titles in multiple weight classes. You're like, where did this guy come from? No expectations.
It happens a lot in boxing. So Shakur Stevenson does not want that. Does not want that, especially here in his hometown. And he said it. He's not nervous. He has no pressure. All he wants, just to win.
All right, that's coming up in our main event, but right now just winning is all Keyshawn Davis has been doing pretty much every round of this fight as we're here in round 10.
Stop, let him go.
Mazero's corner telling him not to hold and throw shots, throw punches.
The eating punches is what he's doing as he just took another shot there. You've seen his head snap right back, and I mean, he's tough as nails. He has not been dropped. He has not really looked too hurt by the amount of punches that have been landed. He has outlanded Madueno has Davis by 100 shots. He's landed 100 more punches.
That's Keyshawn right there. Like you've seen his eyes. Now he smells blood. He looks confident.
Oh, and lands 2 double left hooks, just as my partner says. He's setting something up.
Once you start believing in yourself and you know you got him, that's when you become more dangerous. And I can see in Keyshawn's eyes that he feels he's got it in the bag already.
Oh, Davis caught him there with the right hand. You just seen his head go on a swivel.
That was a tremendous right hand by Keyshawn. He needs to continue doing that. It's been working. There's no need to change it.
That's it, break.
And he's hitting him on the back of the head there on the break and doesn't want to stop. No point deduction again, but just roughing it up in there.
It looks like it's coming, though. It looks like it's coming.
Oh, my goodness. 5 seconds left. Clear flush shots landed here by Davis at the end of the round.
To the box, yeah. Keep going to the box.
It's almost like what does Davis need to do?
Ya con más malicia, cerradito. En cuanto tú tienes, él te contraataca ahí, Miguel. Tienes la tarea. Parado con el que está tirando, este puntea y se va. No, Miguel. Son 3 minutos, Miguel. Sí traes aire, güey. Okay, que cuando suene la campana no se sigan pegando. Pero Miguel, estos 3 minutos, Miguel, quiero que los hagas con todo, pero no los loco, Miguel. Okay? Cerradito, veo la cintura, picándome de abajo. Y necesito que tengas, Miguel, tu jab constante y tu mano izquierda en repeticiones, Miguel.
This is the last round. I need you to take to the body and close strong.
Miguel, ¿entendido?
This is the last round. Go with everything.
Come here.
Right, 3 minutes.
Guys, keep it clean. Have a good round. Box.
for Medueno to try to pull something out of his bag, but it's been all Keyshawn, the businessman Davis, for the last 9 rounds. Finished round 9 with some flush shots, as we're going to take a look at some of those in the 2 box, and that right hand right there connected. Then he comes with another one.
Okay, stop boxing. Come on,
just
guys,
out of distance.
Knock that shit off. Knock it off. Break clean.
Medueno looking to throw just about everything right now to give himself a chance, Oscar.
He's throwing everything but what the corner told him to throw. The corner told him to throw to the body, dig to the body. He's desperate. He needs a knockout. He knows it. And he's doing everything he can, including making the fight dirty, but it's too late for that.
Well, as Keyshawn, just 10 fights as a professional, you got to go through guys like this, right? It's all part of learning experience. This is all things that are going to make him also a better fighter, having gone through an experience like this.
It's part of it, right? It's part of the path. It's part of leaving a good legacy. You're gonna have fighters like this. You're gonna have fighters that you can hit them with a baseball bat, and they're not gonna go down. That's what it looks like right now, because this guy was eating all the shots that Keyshawn threw. Keyshawn doing a great job, landing shots, using his counter punching, throwing body shots, left hooks, right hands, all types of combinations, and they were all landing. So.
And as much as, those spectacular knockouts like the one he had against Pedraza, get all the highlight reels, etc. It's rounds like this in the bag for a fighter with only 10 professional fights that you arguably grow more from than those knockout fights.
You grow, and one thing you always say it from boxing, but it's not true, as they say, you're only as good as your last fight. And that's not true, because this fight is a good fight, but I still like Keyshawn when he fought Pedraza better.
Definitely different styles of opponents, and 30 seconds left, and Medueno's given Keyshawn a heck of a fight in terms of swarming with punches, some punches behind head, some holding, but he's taken every shot that Davis has thrown, including shots like that, and continued to just come forward and pressure. But Davis held his opponent to an extremely low percentage of punches landed. He threw over 50 shots to the body, dealt with some adversity, and is going to walk out of here likely with a unanimous decision victory, number 11 in his pro career. But we're going to the scorecards. Keyshawn Davis dancing, enjoying his time, knowing he likely has his victory in the bag as he walks back to the corner. We take a look at some of the highlights of a fight that had a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything,
yeah.
But the one thing that I didn't like was making the fight dirty. I'm a fighter myself, and I like when fighters are clean inside the ring and duke it out. See who's a better fighter. Madero was doing a good job for moments, but then Keyshawn using that counter punching, using that defense, and then picking and choosing his best shots. And most of them were landing, so take my hat off for Keyshawn Davis.
And here's just some of the flush shots that he was able to land clean, whether it was the jab, whether it was the uppercut. He got caught with the counter there, but then comes back with the counter of his own, with the right hand.
I mean, those shots were landing, but they had no power behind it.
Yeah.
That made it easier for Keyshawn to absorb that shot, counter punch with his shot.
Mark Chinook is in the ring. He's going to make this one official. Then we'll get to our World Championship doubleheader. Here's a look at some of those numbers I was alluding to. Keyshawn Davis landing nearly 50% of his punches tonight compared to 14% from Medueno. An impressive performance in terms of dominant boxing.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds here inside the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Mark Constantino, Ron McNair, and Steve Weisfeld all have it 99-91. For your winner by unanimous decision. And still, USBA, WBC USA, and WBO Intercontinental Lightweight Champion, the businessman, Keyshawn Davis.
And Keyshawn Davis wins 9 out of the 10 rounds. Maybe that round 5 when Medueno threw more punches. Here is Kriegel.
That was a tough guy. What did you learn tonight?
He was tougher than I expected, but first, I'd like to give God all the glory. He gave me this victory tonight, and I'd love to give it back to him.
It seemed to me like this is the kind of fight that you grow from. Sloppy as it might have been, crazy as it got, what do you think you take away from this?
Honestly, this was like the toughest, like most physical professional fight I had, but I had fun in there. I liked the fight. Like I had fun in there, and I'm glad he did that tonight. It was a different experience, and I definitely going to take a lot from it and go back to the drawing boards.
Listen, you're not a prospect anymore. You're not an Olympian anymore. You're number 3 in the BC, 4 in the IBF, 5 in the WBO. That was before tonight. Who do you want? How do you want to get to your championship?
Y'all barely familiar with me calling a lot of these fighters out. At this point, y'all know I'd be willing to fight anybody. So when whoever top rank want to put it in the ring with me, as far as those big names, the fans want to see it, especially at this point. Hey, put me in there with the big names. The fans want to see it. Let's make it happen, man, with anybody.
What big name?
I'm not mentioning no more names. I done called out the whole boxing world. I'm not going to keep calling these names out. They know I want to fight. Just send them a contract, and I bet they'll sign it.
Bo Mack, you gave him B- for Pedraza last time. What do you give him tonight?
I gave him an A-. Hey, he could have did a little something, did a little better, but he got the job done. The dude was tough, and so we just go home, get back to the gym.
Congratulations. Thank you.
All right, so he said what we said. He said, you know what? I like the fight. I learned a lot. He was a tougher opponent, and you know, I'm going to continue to grow and get better, but I enjoyed myself, and I got the win, and that was what's most important.
It might not look like it was a tough fight, but he said it was one of his toughest fights because Maduro kept on coming forward, made it sloppy, made it difficult for him, but he still won clear, showed a lot of skills, and he got the job done, which is the most important thing. You need to pass these fights first if you want to go to the next level, and he did a great job.
And you heard him. I mean, he's like, I'm not going to mention any names, but I feel as though I'm ready for a world title. And he's ranked in the top 5 of 3 of the sanctioning bodies. A win tonight like this against Medueno, who is ranked number 6 by the WBO, possibly moving him up higher, maybe getting him into a position for, you know, a title eliminator, if you will, in his next fight.
Yeah, title eliminator would be great for him. You know, he's been saying it. He said it last time. He wants to be the main event. He wants the big names. And then like Mark Kriegel said, he's not a prospect no more. He's a contender, and he deserves it. Well deserved, and we wish him nothing but the best.
All right, that wraps up our undercard portion, if you will, of our broadcast. We're going to get to the 2 world title fights that are coming up next. But congratulations once again to Keyshawn Davis, now 11-0 as a pro with 7 knockouts. And before we get to previewing our next fight, here's some more behind the scenes into the preparation for these world title fights. It's camp life.
Unanimous decision. And now the WBC lightweight champion of the world, Shakur Stevenson.
Who does Shakur Stevenson want next?
Let me take a step back and assess myself. I can't give you no names right now. I felt bad this performance. I got to go back to the drawing board and work on a lot of things and come back. Several times I put out great performances, and then you have one bad night, and then everybody act like you're not that guy. They forgot about the Jamel Herring performance.
An absolute A+ performance from Shakur.
They forgot about me versus Oscar Valdez.
Stevenson in control. Wow, domination.
They forgot about Yoshino.
And another knockdown score. Sitting him down like a child.
You put a counter-punching southpaw that can also punch in front of me, and I only got one hand. I think the greatness was the fact that I made it work that night. When I retire or when the end of my career comes, that's going to be a fight that people going to look back on it and they going to understand, like, okay, he was one of the greatest.
I'm trying to show the world everything I can do before it's over. And I don't want to go through this career and be doing all this fancy, nasty stuff that's foreign and don't let it shown in the fight. That's my thing. I want to go down as one of the greatest, especially talent-wise and everything, you know, so that's my goal.
I always knew I was going to be in this position. I never was the type of person to go off what other people thought about me. I knew I was a talented kid. And I knew I was a talented teenager. And I knew I was a talented young adult. Now they're calling me a rising star. It's great, and I appreciate and I deserve everybody to know me because I've been putting in the work.
I decided to stay in Houston because, I just prefer to be around my family this time around. I prefer being at home and just get better with my skills and get better with my craft and not have people around me that's not supposed to be around me.
Coming in here just to get loose, stretching it out. I'm gonna do maybe about 8 rounds a day. So we'll see where we at to know where we need to go. I prefer this because we're away from the distractions and, you know, we're really familiar with the area. And it does us well, man. I think he's more relaxed, more patient being here because this is his home. So I think it works out well for us.
Vegas becoming like a place where it's like, it's just too much clout chasing, and I kind of got away from what I like to do the most, and that's put myself in them environments that keep me humble, that keep me hungry.
Ramadan? Fire, that's fire.
Being humble is being hungry for me. Like, I'm hungry now.
All right, Shakur Stevenson still to come in our main event, but we look at this matchup at 130 pounds, obviously a weight class you're very familiar with. Shakur Foster taking on Robson Conceição. Here are the junior lightweight rankings right now by the WBC. Robson Conceição had worked his way up to #1, which put him in contention to fight for this world title belt, against Shakur Foster. I mean, I think that he's a very live underdog in this fight against Shakur Foster, and both Shakur Foster tonight for his 3rd title defense and Robson Conceição his 4th title shot. The stakes are very high in our co-main event, and these fighters told Mark Kriegel that the weight of this moment is not lost on either of them.
I'm one of the most talented fighters to come through, you know, a generational talent. Looking at my last 6 opponents, they was top 5, and when I fought them, going from southpaw, orthodox, tall, short, I've showed different styles and been able to conquer each one.
Where's Oshaki's weakness?
Não vejo ele com uma boa defesa de braço. Ele defende assim, não tem essa boa defesa de sair, contra-golpear. Então eu vejo ele muito com defesa meio desorganizada e eu acho que isso que eu devo explorar.
He's fought Navarrete, he's fought with Shakur. Them guys wasn't able to get him out of there. I plan on taking him out.
You're 35, this is your 4th title shot. Is it your last?
Isso é apenas o início para mim. Eu sou um cara que sou muito focado, muito determinado e tenho certeza que esse momento é o meu momento.
What did you learn in those title fights?
Eu tenho que fazer muito mais que o suficiente para mostrar e convencer não só ao mundo, mas a arbitragem, a comissão. Mudei bastante juntamente com a minha equipe, minha forma de treinar, minha forma de me impor no ringue, então tenho certeza que esse será a grande diferença diante do Oscar Foster.
He a little overconfident if he think his don't stink. I think he looking at it like this his time or something, but it's shock season.
All right, well, we will see when these two get in the ring in just a few moments. And Oscar, when you look at tape of these two, obviously you've fought Robson Conceição yourself. How do you kind of see this fight playing out? What does each guy need to do?
They both got their stuff. You know, Foster's a great fighter, tremendous speed, good defense. I don't agree with Conceição, him not having defense. He's got a good defense and carries a big punch. But Conceição, he's a hungry fighter, hungry fighter. He wants to become the world champion. He throws a lot of volume punches, and let's just see if this is his time.
Here's him on the scale yesterday, and Oshaki Foster as well, and you can see the height difference there between the two, with Conceição having the advantage in that department, but it's an advantage in the world title fights and world title wins for Oshaki Foster. They've actually both been in 3 world title fights, but 3-0 for Shak, both orthodox fighters. And you know, this fight, when I saw that it was announced, I'm like, okay, this is going to be a tough matchup for Oshaki Foster. I mean, he's kind of fought all different styles in his title run and his title defenses, but Conceição, again, another hard guy to prepare for, and he's getting ready to make his way to the ring right now, and I'm feeling the vibes of the Brazilian flavor that he's going to bring to the ring with this samba band out of nearby Manhattan, New York, that will accompany El Bravo out of Salvador, Bahia, Brazil, to the ring tonight for what very well could be his last opportunity at a world title. We talked about some guys don't even get 1 or 2, never mind 3, and now 4 times he's fighting for a world title.
It all depends on how he wins or how he loses.
Right.
If he loses an extremely dominant loss, well, he might not get another chance. But if he loses being very competitive and having a close fight, he could have another shot.
Well, and that's what he's done, and that's earned him opportunity after opportunity. Of the first time coming against you, Oscar, back in September of 2021, a fight that went the distance, and then he lost to Shakur Stevenson in this very building back in September of 2022. Then he got another opportunity against Emmanuel Navarrete in November of this last year. Again, a majority draw in that fight, which was crazy because that was probably one of Conceição's best performances. He picks up a win, and now he's back, and this is just what I was talking about. Now he's back at another opportunity for a world title at 130 pounds. But that draw against Emmanuel Navarrete, in that last round, what he came with was just something different.
I agree. Well, I've been in the ring with both of them.
Yes, you have.
And Vaquero carries a punch, and we saw that he hurt Conceição in that fight. So I didn't agree with the draw. I truly believe that Vaquero won that fight. But, you know, we respect the judges, we respect the decisions, and I'm just glad he has another chance. Conceição has another chance, and if he really wants to become a world champion, then it means that he trained very hard for this fight against Foster.
Could tonight be his night? Could 4th time be the charm for Robson? Bravo Conceição will let you now take in the sounds of this ring walk for his world title fight against Oshaki Foster. You think he'll need to do a little dancing in the ring tonight to get the job done? Use some of that footwork?
Well, boxing, in a way, is an art. And in some crazy way, you got to dance inside the ring. You need a good dancing partner for it to be a good fight. So in some way, it is a dance inside that ring. And there's a saying in boxing, if you're not good at dancing, you might not be a good fighter.
And, you know, utilizing the angles, something that not only is appeasing to the eye, but can get you out of a lot of trouble. And Oshaki Foster, you know, he makes his fights sometimes even more interesting than it needs to be in. You know, Bravo telling us when he watched tape on him that, you know, he knows that he moves well, but he feels like sometimes Shakur Foster's defense can get a little bit clumsy, and he's hoping to capitalize on that tonight. And I'm loving the vibes in Newark tonight. Feels like we're in Brazil. And he said in the fighter meeting he wants a rematch with you. And he said, if I win the belt tonight, we're going to have a rematch, but I want to take it to Brazil. So I'm down for that. I know you don't want that, but I'm okay with that.
I want the fight.
Fight him again, don't you?
If someone calls me out, I'm the first to raise my hand. You know, but we all have the Bob. We all have the Bob father. He calls the shots.
Yeah, he can't really count his eggs before they hatch because he's really got a tough matchup against this man right here. Shakur Ice Water Foster. 22-2 with 12 KOs. Tonight will be the third defense of his WBC junior lightweight world title. He's fought a variety of opposition. I mean, one style in Ray Vargas to win the title. Then he goes against a tough Eduardo Hernandez in a fight that had a crazy ending to that fight. And then again against Abraham Nova, who is another awkward, different kind of unorthodox style of fighter. And scored the late knockdown there to edge out a split decision. But a little bit of everything on this title run and title defense quest for Shakur Foster. What do you expect from him tonight, Oscar?
I expect a smart fighter. That's what he said. Him picking his shots, not getting too crazy in the early rounds, and just picking his shots. You know, he said that he doesn't believe much in Conceicão's style. He believes that Conceicão is getting overconfident to him, so it could be a good night for Foster, but you can't count someone like Conceicão, who's extremely hungry. He made a promise to his daughter, that's very tough to see because you always want to achieve those promises. Not always you can get them.
Mark Chinook's in the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the Prudential Center here in beautiful Newark, New Jersey. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. This bout is scheduled for 12 rounds for the WBC Junior Lightweight Championship of the World. Our judges at ringside, Anthony Lundy, Ron McNair, and Mark Lyson. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. David Fields. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, he weighed in at 129.5 pounds, wearing black trunks with gold trim. His record, 18 victories with 2 defeats, 1 draw, 1 no contest. 9 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is Brazil's first ever Olympic boxing gold medalist, making his 4th attempt at a world title. From Salvador, Bahia, Brazil, Robson Bravo Conceicão. Introducing out of the red corner, he weighed in at 129.9 pounds, wearing white trunks with gold and black trim. His record, 22 victories with 2 defeats, 12 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is making his 3rd world title defense. He is the reigning and defending WBC Junior Lightweight Champion of the World from Orange, Texas, and fighting out of Houston, Shakur Ice Water Foster.
Okay, gentlemen, we scheduled about 12 rounds. I've gone over the rules in the dressing room. I expect you to obey my commands at all times. Most of all, protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves, good luck.
All right, here we go. This one is scheduled for 12 rounds. Shakur Foster looking to make the 3rd world title defense of his junior lightweight strap. Christina Poncher and Oscar Valdez here with you from the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. Robson Conceição getting his 4th opportunity to win a world title, perhaps his last tonight. He's going to have to lay it all out on the line against Icewater Foster, who is the favorite. Foster starts the fight orthodox, but he does switch quite often in fights to southpaw, back and forth. Last fight against Abraham Nova, fought the first 2 or 3 rounds in the orthodox position and then switched southpaw. Starting off with that lead left-hand jab.
They both had to start slow because it's a 12-round fight, it's a championship fight. You can't go from the first round throwing everything. Gotta stay smart, pick your shots, and test them out.
Shakur Foster telling us when we spoke to him this week that he's finally coming to this fight feeling healthy. He took some time off after that fight against Abraham Nova, a fight in which he had a bicep injury and a foot injury and really had to stay out of the boxing ring and stay away from all physical activity for quite some time. Couldn't even lift his arm up once that fight was over, and finally glad to kind of put those injuries to rest and come in tonight, at least what he tells us, at feeling, you know, injury-free.
Yeah, he said he was 100% for this fight. And he says since the first round, he's going to take control.
Getting pieced up a little bit there as Conceição lunges forward with the shots, but then right back comes Foster with the double jab and a right hand to the body. What makes Conceição a difficult opponent to fight? Because even Team Foster said this will be a tough test for us.
His long reach, definitely his long reach. He's a tall fighter. He's the tallest fighter that I've faced, and that makes it difficult. But for Foster, him having that long reach, it might not be that difficult as it was for me.
Yeah. I think Foster has even a slight advantage, even though he's shorter in the reach department. But Conceição does such a good job of shooting his punches and all the way through the length, you know, of his arms and his fists. He doesn't pull back on his shots.
And it can work, and it can be kind of productive as well, because he opens up a lot when he throws those big shots. When he starts throwing to the body, an overhand right, and then that left hook, he opens up a lot. So that could be beneficial for Foster, because Foster picks his shot way better. He is starting the round with the clean jab, throwing more shots.
Well, nice hook around with that lead left hand there for Foster. Kind of threw it as a jab and then hooked it around the guard.
It wasn't with a lot of strength, but it landed.
Scoring punch, right?
The judges is making an effect on the judges.
Both fighters taking their time, picking their shots. To the jab for both guys.
Beautiful round, son.
Let's listen in now to the corner of Shakur Foster. Bobby Benton takes lead. And here is the Conceição corner. Luis Doria has been with him most of his career. How's your Portuguese? You can get some of this, maybe?
I can get some.
And there's the Foster corner.
He's good. Okay, he's already starting to lean forward on the jab, right? So just don't get greedy with it, but let's set it up. Set that counter right hand up, okay? Stay with those feints, son. Stay with the feints.
Respira. Breathe. A lot of instructions from Conceição's corner, but just be relaxed and breathe.
As we start round 2, look at one of the replays, a lunging shot there from Shakur Foster that lands with that lead left hand, catching Conceição just wide open.
That reach advantage that Foster has is going to help him. He's going to help in this fight, because that's one advantage that Conceição has against a lot of these fighters from 130. He's taller than us, and he has that long reach advantage.
Not so much here against O'Shaquie Foster. Ray Vargas, though, is another opponent that was like that. Not somebody that Foster had to fight to win his world title. Similar lanky type opponent.
Yeah, Foster's been there with a lot of these fighters. Tall, short, bulky, boxers, and guys who put pressure. So he's got a lot of experience in his arsenal.
Good D on that.
Foster just got good footwork. Every time Gonzalez's trying to get in, Foster just has to step back.
With the feint, son.
Sharp with the jab right now is Foster, right?
Just like Foster said, take the lead from the early rounds, and that's exactly what he's doing. But at the same time, being smart and using that footwork. You can easily tell he's relaxed.
Circle, yep. Good job, smart.
Robson using those feints with the front foot.
Hands, yeah.
Almost like a little jab step. Foster sharp with the shots and then right out of range.
He's like kind of off balance a bit, but that can make an impression for the judges, like if he was hurt.
Got his left hand up to block that shot with the right from Conceição. Right now, Hobson having a hard time getting inside the defense of Foster. Sharp 1-2 from Foster.
Don't forget about the body too, Shock, okay?
And you can hear Bobby Ben in Foster's corner very clearly as he's wearing that mic, just saying, don't forget about the body too.
Very important. It's very smart for the corner to say that, because you got to change it up, because fighters, we start reading patterns. We start reading. If he throws 2 jabs, he might have to do it again. And we start counter-punching with the right hand. So very smart to switch it up as far as Foster's corner.
Doubling up on the jab is Conceição, landing the second. There, under 20 seconds left to go here in round 2. Nice work with the lead hand for Foster.
Foster's doing a great job as far as being defensive and picking his shots.
There's a look into Shakur Stevenson's dressing room as he gets ready to defend his WBC lightweight world title for the first time. Some greatness there in the background. Andre S.O.G. Ward, Claressa Shields, and Terrence Bud Crawford all in the locker room there of Shakur Stevenson. Go ahead and add up all those resumes, all those wins real quick.
He's got a good team. He's got a good team and good mentors.
Friends, good mentors, absolutely.
You can't get a better mentor than Terrence Crawford. I mean, Terrence Crawford is an extremely talented fighter. He's a beast. I mean, Andre Ward, of course, everybody, but who's a boxer who's active right now. Probably #1 pound for pound right now, Terrence Crawford.
And there's Artem Harutyunyan getting warmed up for his first opportunity at a world title. That's coming up in our main event next. But right now, O'Shaquie Foster off to a good start here. Although Conceição's thrown more punches, he's only held him to landing 7 shots total in the first 2 rounds. And that forearm kind of snuffed the face of Foster there in the last round.
Yeah,
you notice some of those? Yeah.
Those hurt more than actual punch, because that's all bone. There's no glove in that, so I could work for Conceição's advantage in the later rounds.
Oh, and hard shots with the right hand there to start round 3. As things seem to be clicking on all cylinders right now for Foster, and he smiles.
Yeah, his 3rd round started stronger than the first rounds now. Now they're starting to pick it up. And he's starting to sound better, because the fans want to see a good fight. Foster's doing a great job as far as working that jab, and he needs to continue doing that, not to get desperate.
And there's more of those feints, but no shots coming behind them from Conceição as he just shoots out a jab there, and then right back with the jab comes Foster.
Conceição needs to risk a little bit more, stepping in and throwing that right hand, left hook. But you got to risk sometimes to land your shot. Then again, it becomes difficult when you got to fight like O'Shaquie Foster, who's counter-punching and using that great advantage with his jab. And having just to step back from all those shots.
He's been fighting at range very well, being able to really capture the distance of Conceição's punches and get out of harm's way through the first almost 3 rounds in the books now, and hook off shots like that to just keep Conceição at that, middle long range.
He's just at that right distance where he can get away with those right hands.
He got a slapping shot there with the right hand from Conceição and then 2 lefts.
And I feel that's Conceição's biggest problem, slapping shots.
I feel like a broken record when I call his fights, because time and time again, that is just his style. He doesn't ever fully turn his glove over. Do those shots still hurt them?
It doesn't hurt as much if it was landing with the fist right and with a closer distance. It doesn't have the same strength as when you have your footwork just planted well and landing those shots.
But he was an amateur for nearly, 10 years. He was a 3-time Olympian. His first Olympic Games was in 2008, and he went through the 2012 and 2016 Olympics. 3-time Olympic gold medalist, or representative, and obviously gold medal the last time, 2016. But that's something from the amateurs that I feel like it's just kind of stuck with him.
Probably waited too much. In boxing, Mexican fighters turn pro at 16 years old, sometimes 15. Conceição waited probably too much.
Oh, nice shot. Listening to the corners now.
Aqui. Esquerda. Como ele recua na perna de trás, a gente não pode começar logo com gancho, com cruzado. Depois que ele para, você combina gancho cruzado. Tem que ser o golpe reto, ele tá puxando na perna de trás. A gente vai usar, os que 2 golpes pega, depois que a direita pega. Então jab, cruzado, para depois quando ele parar, aí você fica pra agora, você agacha um pouquinho mais, para não se projetar, tá bom? Vamos ver esse round. Robson, é muito importante estar preso no chão e golpeia mais no peito e no pescoço dele. Tá bom? Esquerda. Ou finta ou esquerda, Robson. Ou finta ou... Começa a golpe.
The jabs are the biggest key right now, okay? He can't get past any of that. Every time you feint him, he's going to pull his head back, or if he chunks at you, it's going to be too slow, okay?
With those feints all the way through. Every time you get that range, hit him with those feints. All right? That shit's working all day long. It's going to get worse.
All right, round 4. Christina Poncher and Oscar Valdez here with you. And O'Shaquie Foster off to a very solid start here, landing over 40% of the power punches that he's thrown through the first 3 rounds and holding Conceição to really limited damage, limited punch output, taking limited damage. Only 8% of the shots landing so far. And what can Conceição now do to kind of step it up a little bit and try to get more of these shots to land clean?
He's got to risk. He's got to take a risk. He's got to step forward and try to land that shot. He's got to use his reach advantage. He also has a long reach advantage, not just Foster. So try to just have that footwork, step in, try to land that shot. Foster is doing exactly what he said. Take the lead from the early rounds. That jab is working perfectly fine for him. That defense, that shoulder roll is working.
There, Conceição has some success as he did what you said and cut the distance and took the risk, let his hands go a little bit, landed a left hand.
He's got to step in there so it doesn't become a slap. It becomes a harder shot.
And he's kind of urging Foster now to come forward.
Good step back, nice.
He wants him to bring the action into closer range, and Foster smartly touches the ropes and then back to the center.
And that's what Conceição needs to do. He needs to take him to the ropes because Foster has a reach advantage right there. His footwork is on point. That's when he needs to start throwing, when he's on the corners.
Foster not really biting on any of these feints from Conceição as he looks to stab the jab down to the body, and the Boo Birds come out here a little bit, and that's not something that is at any fault of Foster.
Well, Foster's doing what he has to do. Obviously the most important thing is to win. Of course, as fighters, we want to give the fans what they want. We want to give them a fight, but sometimes it's too early for them. So it's only the 4th round. We might start stepping it up in the later rounds. You can never get overconfident against both of these fighters. Both of these fighters are on an elite level. So they always got to be in the A game. Stick to the game plan. Not listen to the crowd. Listen to the coach. Listen to the corner.
He got 12 rounds. A good body shot with the left hand landed there for Conceição.
There you go. They start throwing now. Now they're in the center of the ring now, starting to exchange.
Even right there, Conceição not really landing to his head or body, but to the forearm. Just hit his arm. Stay active, right? Give yourself an opportunity to get in a rhythm.
You got to throw more. You got to throw more combinations. Felix Conceição. You know, take him to the ropes, and then throw your combinations. You'll have a better chance to landing it.
Better round there for Conceição. He won the round, but better round.
It was a better round for Conceição. Now he's starting to know and realize what he has to do to land his shot. Obviously, to try to take him to the ropes and throw combinations. Because throwing that one shot is not going to land with Foster. Maybe you need to throw 3 punches, 4 punches to maybe land that one shot.
Agora, tem que pintar para tirar o jab e responde. Quando o jab pegar o jab, é em cima da mão de trás. Mais agachado, tá desequilibrando um pouco, tá bom?
Vamos colocar o terceiro golpe também.
Terceiro golpe.
Vamos colocar o terceiro golpe também.
Essa mão tem que estar para defender o jab dele, defender e responder. Começa você com o jab, Robert. Começa mais velocidade.
E a cabeça nova, não é cabeça fixa. A cabeça tem que cair.
You gotta be a faster fighter. You gotta be the faster fighter in this round.
Vamos terminar de
Use that speed.
And that was the first round of the fight that I think Conceição landed maybe more punches than did Foster, and see if he can continue to build on that to get some momentum here in round 5. Christina Pontra, Oscar Valdez here with you from the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. Coming up next, Shakur Stevenson defending his WBC lightweight world title against first-time world title challenger Artem Harutyunyan.
That shoulder roll from Foster's working. The only chance that Conceição actually had this round is when he was on the corner. So what he needs to do is back him up, get him to the corners, and try to land that left hook. Over right hand, dig to the body, and be faster. Try to be faster, like Conceição's corner is telling him to do. But inside the ring, in the center of the ring, is not working because of Foster's shoulder roll.
Jab and down to the body for Foster as Conceição looks to counter and then kind of gets in that tight shell and lets his hands go, even like I said, even to the arms on the outside of O'Shaquie Foster, because a lot of his punches other than his jab are coming to the outside.
It's not working. So that right hand is not working. It's clearly not working because of a shoulder roll. And he's trying to throw that right hand to the body and he's blocking it. So change it up. Try to go with the left hook to the body.
Oh, nice uppercut gets in there from Foster.
He needs to switch it up. Conceição wants to win this fight. He has to land the shots, but throwing combinations.
That was a clean shot. He caught him right. He timed that perfectly. Back to the jab goes Foster. And here, Conceição trying to be the counter puncher, not really initiating the contact, Oscar.
And when you're fighting the champion, you need to win these fights. You can't be the counter puncher. You can't be trying to outbox your opponent when the other guy is a champion. You got to win clearly rounds.
Down to the body, couple of those shots we heard, those land there for Conceição.
And then he needs to be careful, not get careless. Conceição can't get careless because Foster, he's no joke. He carries a punch. He's got 50% of his knockouts.
Blocked that shot too. He sees these long range shots coming and his defense has been locked tight tonight as Foster.
It seems like Conceição is starting to become very predictable for Foster. As soon as he makes a move, Foster already has his left hand up.
And I've seen that. I've called several fights of Conceição's and he gets into the same order, like the same punch output, the same punch count over and over, those same combinations he gets comfortable throwing. That's kind of what's happening.
Told you, good job. Yeah, there it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Respira, respira. Respira. Robson, o caminho é golpe reto. A gente pode começar a correr.
Make sure you give our Top Rank Knockouts a follow at TR Knockouts on Instagram and Twitter. Beautiful Chantel. The girls have some meet and greets if you ever make it out to one of our fights.
You can
Some
step
fun
a little
content.
right,
All of Top
and
Rank
he'll
social
reach a
media is
little
at
bit more for you.
TR Boxing,
You
at
slide
TR
over just a little
Boxeo.
bit, okay?
Now into the Conceição corner.
Um pezinho, ó. Pinta, pinta. Tá. Pinta. Depois pinta a mão 2 vezes.
Round 6 of the scheduled 12-rounder. Of course, world title fight. O'Shaquie Foster defending his title here for the third time.
Way to stuff him.
Off to a solid start, and
Walk the circle on the inside.
not too much he would need to kind of change at this point. It's more up to Conceição to kind of step it up in terms of his output, cut that distance, and maybe be first in some of these exchanges instead of trying to be counterpuncher.
If he wants to win this fight, he needs to take risk. He needs to risk it. Just go in there. Take him to the ropes. Throw combinations. He's not the champion. He can't be risking trying to outbox his opponent.
This counter with the right hand as Conceição looks to go to the body with that lead left-hand jab. Oh, gets caught with the shot. There it is, Foster.
That was about his best shot.
Yeah,
It was
a little to your right.
Strong jab.
Pull a little to your right.
And now throwing with a little more authority is Conceição. But he works the 1-2 a lot.
And like I said, he needs to change it up. Switch it up. Dig to the body. Throw a left hook. Over right hand. It's just a jab and then the right, straight right hand. And he's landing on the shoulder. Landing on Foster's shoulder.
Foster just using the jab out there, but blocked by Conceição. All those shots, in fact, Conceição looks to counter with the right hand there.
Conceição is starting to look like he's desperate. Like you see in his face, he's already getting mad, getting angry. You can't get angry here in this fight. Foster, on the other hand, looking way more confident, looking like he's having fun.
Basically been in the driver's seat this whole fight in control, in my opinion.
He's just like you said, take control of the early rounds and go on from there. He's just been doing a great job.
And when we talked to Foster, he said, you know, I know that Conceição throws his punches wide, and he doesn't like getting hit. He's like, he always needs to be set to throw his punches, so if I keep moving, if I stay on my toes, I can get away from a lot of these shots.
And then again, he continues to throw that right hand, and he lands on Foster's shoulder. He's doing the shoulder roll, and he's been working all night.
And another thing is that Foster has also fought the majority of the fight still in orthodox stance. And when you watch tape on him, he usually switches quite a bit.
He did
it's not broke though, right? Then no need to fix it.
It seems like he's not having a hard time to change southpaw. He's having a good time inside that ring. He's nice and comfortable, and you can tell because he hasn't switched southpaw.
And here's a look at, you know, you were talking about the counters coming from Robson, and it's that, you know, there's the jabs that connected, but it's just them pawing shots, and Shock is able to just get right out of range and use that shoulder roll defense, that Philly show.
Conceição needs to be careful because Foster already knows that shot's coming. It could come with a counter punch, over right hand, or an uppercut that could probably send Conceição to the canvas. So he needs to, Conceição needs to change it up.
Yeah, you're just a little, you're catching him, but you get a little more on it if you slide over just a little, put it a little closer. Yeah. You got this, son.
Halfway through. Tem que pontuar mais. Com a mão na frente.
Right now on to the second half of the 12-round fight, and for O'Shaquie Foster too. I mean, you said it in the end of the last round. He's seeing everything coming at him so clearly in the way he's able to block these shots. I mean, maybe if he kicks it up a notch.
As the rounds continue, I can see in Foster's face. He's comfortable. He's comfortable. He's reading everything that Gonzalez's trying to do. He's just picking his shots. I don't actually think Foster's a bit tired.
And there for just a brief second, did you see Shot kind of fling out his right arm there and kind of grimace with that right hand? Did you see that? I mean, let's just keep an eye on that.
He's throwing more shots, but they're the same shots. 1, 2, Nick. There we go with a left hook. At least something different. He needs to risk it. He needs to step it inside. Take him to the ropes.
He's breaking, Shot. He's breaking, son. Yeah, he's breaking. You can stay. Good shot. Keep up. He's starting to break, son.
South first there with the jab.
I believe the corner told him you need to throw something else.
A lot of catch and react.
And Shot catching these shots right now, but Oscar not really throwing in return. There he does, but punch output coming down just a little bit here in round 7.
Foster, there we go. You can't get too comfortable inside the ring. You can't get comfortable with no fighter out there. Every fighter is dangerous. Gonzalez's still dangerous. He's looking for that one shot. It's been working for him the whole shoulder roll, but if he gets too confident, that right hand might land.
Oh, and just missed there widely with the hook did Foster. Back to the jab. Maybe Foster taking a little bit, maybe taking this round off a little bit.
And that would be smart of him if he does that. You know, taking a round off to finish up strong, that's a veteran's move. And if it works, it works. But as long as he doesn't get careless, because Gonzalez, he's looking for that one shot.
Yeah, I think the defense still tight, right? But just not the offense output that we've been seeing.
Catch and react, son. Look for your reaction shot.
Yeah, slow round here in round 7, really, for both fighters.
Starting to have fun with it.
Se você não for, ele não vai vir. Você tem que buscar luta.
You're the one who has to go after the fight. You're the one who has to go after the victory. You're the one who has to start with the jab.
Não é com golpe isolado, não é combinação.
It's not like only one strike. You have to do combinations.
You can kind of hold your ground a little bit now and catch and react on him because he's breaking. He's starting to do all the stuff we thought he was going to do, okay? Good. I got it.
Agacha aqui, ó. Você busca velocidade.
And there's Artem Harutyunyan just relaxing, waiting for his opportunity, and that's coming up next against this man right here, Shakur Stevenson, in our main event. Round 8. I mentioned just a kind of a grimace that I noticed in the 7th round there from O'Shaquie Foster with that right arm, and he did indeed injure that right bicep in the last fight, and you know, even just for a minute he kind of moved it around in the corner. So it'll be interesting to see. He threw the right hand a couple times and throws it there, but maybe something.
He did say for this fight he's 100%. You can see he's 100%. He looks on point with that jab, with that defense. Maybe if I was his corner, if I was Foster, I was trying to step it up a notch a bit.
Perfect defense.
Conceição doing a good job there of cutting off the ring and throwing a couple shots and then holding.
Foster continuously with that defense, picking his shots. He's not phased, he's not worried about landing his strong shots. As long as he lands a decent shot.
We gotta work the body just a little bit.
And they want him to get back to working the body from the Foster corner.
Work the body a little, shot.
As the pace has slowed down quite a bit in these last few rounds. And I mean, Conceição's throwing a lot more punches. He's just not landing with an effective percentage. And sometimes, though, in the eyes of the referee, they like to favor the aggressor when the pace is slow.
And one thing that I noticed about Foster is that he starts off pretty good, but in the later rounds, he starts to slow it down, and that's something that we're seeing right now. I mean, he's still winning, he's still picking the shots, he's still winning rounds, but it's just less shots thrown.
Double jab there from Conceição as he wants to encourage Foster to come forward and engage, and Foster just moving around the outside, pepper him with the jab here and there, but being more defensively minded than he is offensively minded in terms of his production these last couple of rounds. Double jab, right hand. Just doing enough to get out of the way of these shots from Conceição, and another round that looked just like the last.
It's a tough round to judge in my eyes because Foster is being very defensive. They're not landing much shots, but
he's got to turn up the offense a little bit.
Conceição's being a little bit more aggressive in this round. That's the last round.
Trabalha corpo a corpo, o Di tá deixando trabalhar no clinch, não tem que abrir o bração. Corpo cortou, mete o gancho embaixo, faz deslocamento.
You just have to go after the fight. Just use the hook.
He's going to throw what he's going to throw, and then he'll still be there. Okay?
Let's get in the body a little bit when it's right there, okay? Take it off the top shot.
Good deep breath.
Shakur Stevenson waiting patiently for his opportunity to fight in front of his hometown crowd here in Newark, New Jersey. This will be his fourth fight in Newark, the place where he grew up. And he actually has had some solid performances here. You know, we were sitting in the fighter meeting, and when he fought Yoshino here, he said, like, that was really the last time I was really having fun in the ring. Obviously against Edwin De Los Santos in his last fight, he fought that fight injured and said, you know, it'll feel good to fight a fight again where I come into the fight healthy and feeling like myself, and that's how I felt this week.
In those fighters, we never really confess that we're injured, obviously, because we don't trust nobody that word's going to spread out. So Shakur might come in injured. And most fighters actually do always come in with injured bicep or some type of problem that we're never 100%.
Right,
but we never admit it because we don't want our rival to find out. So I'm glad to hear that he's 100% now, so he can give a good performance to his crowd.
Small little cut opened over the right eye of Shakur Foster here in this round as some of the blood is streaming, and some flush shots are landing now for Conceição to start round 9.
And he has another cut in his eye.
And Conceição, in fact, has a cut as well over his right eye. So likely a clash of heads causing a cut on both fighters here in round 9.
And Conceição is starting to be more aggressive now. That's what he needs to do. If he wants to win this fight, he needs to take a risk. Be more aggressive. Take a chance.
Foster has been cut before in a fight. In fact, in his fight against Ray Vargas, where he won his world title, he was cut over the left eye by a clash of heads in the 3rd round. And for Conceição, actually as a pro, hasn't really had to deal with much cuts, just as an amateur.
As a fighter, I know that's extremely difficult.
Yes, you do.
When you have blood, you can't see. Obviously, you can't see. If you got swing, you can brush it out and continue fighting. But when it comes to blood, it makes it extremely difficult. So it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen next when both of these fighters have a cut.
Well, I hope it makes them want to fight a little bit more and throw some more punches. Wouldn't you agree? At the end of the day, we're all fight fans, too.
At the end of the day, we want to see a good fight.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a fighter myself, but at the same time, I'm a fanatic. I like to see great fights. I mean, I appreciate boxing skills, and I appreciate Foster's boxing skills, his footwork, his defense. But come on, we want to see more blood.
I'll just ask for more punches. So keep my dry cleaning bills down a little bit with the blood coming here ringside that we have on our papers and everything now, and you start to see spotted on the map there in the center of the ring with the fight game. And right now, 20 seconds left in round 9. And
well, it looks more dramatic now that they're both covered in blood.
Nice shot. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Foster needs to step it up a little bit. Can't get too careless. Lose these last rounds. He was doing just fine the earlier rounds. Can't get too careless.
Let's see what they're saying in the corner.
Cabeçada. Com a cabeçada com ele. Robson, ele tá muito na frente da luta. Nós precisamos combinar golpe. Ele tem que manter essa mão alta e tem que combinar mais golpe. Quando manter ele na corda, não pode dar um passo atrás. Tem que pressionar mais ele. Agora com a mão alta, campeão. Agora o golpe começa com reto, depois usa gancho cruzado. Não começa o golpe cruzado. Você já sabe disso. O golpe é no corpo, sempre no corpo, depois a cabeça.
Always jab to the body.
Temos que crescer.
Shots to the body, and then hook to the head.
Tem algo que
Work on it. Second. Yep, we're going.
All right, round 10, and here's a look at where the heads came together, which caused the cut on both fighters. The right eye there, you can see of Foster, and the same with Conceição, and that was a good look at it. Good job to our team in the truck.
That was a nice uppercut by Foster to Conceição. That's what happens when you take risk. You got to take the risk. If you want to become a champion, you got to take, there you go, take risk. Take it to the ropes and dig to the body. Throw a combination, not just that 1-2. Because it clearly shows that 1-2 is not into the shoulder.
And even though a lot of those punches that Conceição just threw, they didn't land, at least he's closing the distance, giving himself a chance, making him stay busy and have to think, because Foster in those moments he wasn't throwing.
Once again, take a risk. You know, 3 of those shots might not land, but that 4th one might land. It might make a difference in the fight. But once again, me being a fighter, me being inside the ring with someone like Conceição, being in the ring with a lot of these fighters, everything that I'm saying, everything that we're saying are easier said than done, because these fighters are elite fighters. Someone with good boxing skills and his footwork like Foster, it's not that easy to land. Someone like Conceição, who's got a great reach advantage, it's not that easy to slip that shot with that shoulder roll. So much respect for both of these fighters, because, you know, stepping in the ring isn't easy.
Very well said. Our job is to sit back here, call what we see, analyze, give our expert opinion, but you know firsthand what it's like being in there, having shared the ring with Conceição and also Shakur Stevenson coming up in our main event. And you always entertain and put on a good show. We appreciate that. Your 10 plus year career now. Maybe an opportunity for you with the winner of this fight, maybe a fight with Navarrete, what sounds likely next for you. And even have Lamont Roach Jr. here in the house sending us some tweets saying, hey, Christina, let Oscar know I'm down to run it with him. He's got a belt now, right?
I'm the type of fighter that doesn't go on Twitter, doesn't go nowhere. They send me the contract, I'll gladly fight. You know, I was born to fight.
We know that.
And one thing I do like is being on this side as well, being a commentator, seeing these fights. I'm enjoying them.
You're doing a good job. All right, 30 seconds left here in round 10 before we get to these championship rounds. And this is the 4th opportunity for Conceição. I mean, he's got to go full gas, right? Any other way, these next 2 rounds for him. Not carelessly, but continue like this to throw and out-throw Conceição. Out-throw Foster.
If he wants to achieve that promise he made, he's got to take a risk. Once again, everything's about risking. You're not getting hit with that jab, but what if you land that straight right hand you've been throwing all night? It could make a difference in the fight.
Yeah, he's really, really fading, okay? If you push just a little bit, you can get him, okay? Take a deep breath.
Stay smart.
Give him some, Dwight.
I don't need to book.
Hey, give me a big deep breath. Let's go.
Both cutmen getting to work on those cuts over each of their right
And then
eyes.
you weave. This is the hand you need to keep to the front. You strike, jab, then you
Cut
weave.
looks worse on Conceição's
You're the
right eye
champion.
than it does
You
on
can
Foster's.
do better. Let's go.
But he has Mike the Mechanic Basil in his corner, one of the very best in the game, getting to work on that cut, as is Aaron Navarro, who's worked on Foster's cut, as the arena got to see a shot of Shakur Stevenson in the locker room. Getting warmed up, hitting the mitts before he makes his ring walk, and it's about 2 rounds from now should this go the distance.
Championship rounds.
Here we go.
This is what it takes. This is where it becomes difficult how much you want it, because you got conditioned to fight from first round maybe to the 8th round. From there, it's all mental. It's all heart. It's all who wants it the most. Once again, you gotta take risks if you want it that much. There's fighters, I include myself in there, where I'm willing to die inside that ring to give that victory for my family.
And in fact, and we've seen that, and you've proven that in your fights, and that's something that Conceição told us when we spoke to him, right? He said, I'm gonna give him my all, you're gonna have to carry me out of there, or I'm gonna die in that ring. I'm willing to do what it takes. I promised my daughter I would come home with a world title, and I will do whatever it takes. I mean, it's now or never for him. 4 times an opportunity to win a world title.
And for that to happen, you got to take that risk.
Please, stop pushing more. Let's go, baby. Let's go, man.
Get a bit closer.
Jab there from Foster, double jab right hand from Conceição. Blocked by Foster again.
Once again.
4-punch combination, looks to counter, left hand. Looping that left hand real wide, and Foster's just able to pick those shots off.
I mean, if I was Foster, I would continue the same thing. You know, I feel, and if I was Foster, I would have the fight in the bag. So continue doing what is working. You know, using that shoulder roll has been working all night. But don't get careless. Try to use that jab, that 1-2, and pick your shots. Win the rounds. Foster Conceição, on the other hand, I would try to take his head off. Try to take advantage of these last 2 rounds that I have to knock out my opponent.
You're doing just enough to try to keep you off of him, shot.
Doubling up on the jab, throwing the right hand, now turning it to an uppercut, but at least Conceição standing right there now. Time to fire back there. He shoots a jab downstairs, back to the body. They're changing levels with the jab is Conceição. Do you think that perhaps, Oscar, I mean, I know I'm wondering if the judges are going to respect the defensive prowess of Foster in these last couple rounds, even though he's really not throwing or landing very many punches. Like, I wonder if they're still good enough to win him some rounds. I'm curious. I mean, judging is subjective, obviously, but...
Pick the last round.
I think he won the last round, even though he was very defensive, but he was picking his shots.
He's throwing shit right now. He's really doing it.
I saw a couple of uppercuts land by Foster to Conceição, so the shots were obviously clearly by Foster, but it's still kind of hard to judge because they're not throwing a lot. the one who's throwing a lot is not landing a lot. He's landing on the shoulder. That could score some points, maybe. That's a problem with boxing. You know, it's every judge scores differently.
And it shot the whole fucking fight, son.
Don't let him bullshit this round, okay?
Well, for Robson Conceição, he's got 3 minutes left in what could very well be his last quest at a world title shot. And for O'Shaquie Foster, he's got 3 minutes to kind of bite down and see if he can walk out of here still the WBC Junior Lightweight World Champion in a fight that started very, very well for Foster, and things kept kind of evened out in the middle rounds, and then, you know, still being so elusive from a lot of these shots coming from Conceição, but not a lot of offense coming from Foster.
He started off very well in the early rounds, just like he said, start from the early rounds, but about the 7th round, 6th or 7th, he started slowing down, not throwing as much shots.
I mentioned kind of seeing Foster shake out that right arm and that right hand there in the 7th, and maybe just a little stinger or something. I'm not really too sure, but I do know in my notes that he did have a right arm, right bicep injury in his last fight, and perhaps given a little bit of trouble, because you could say it feels good and you're sparring and everything, but you're not fighting the same way and testing it like you do in a fight.
It's completely different.
That.
It's completely different, obviously. You know, there's fighters who are meant to be sparring champions. There's a lot of fighters out there who you will not beat them in sparring. But once you step in that ring with the 8-ounce gloves, you know, with the pressure, fighting against a fighter who's just dangerous, it's a completely different game ball.
Conceição now just trying to put his head in his chest and throw whatever he can to tag Foster's body as he has him up against the ropes. 1:15 left here in the fight.
That's something that I was asking for in the earlier rounds. You know, take him to the ropes, dig to the body. Take it. Take a chance. You know, it's now or never. Throw it.
Under a minute left here to go in the fight, and bravo. Conceição trying to lunge forward with that jab. Blood streaming down the right side of his face, slapping with his punches. Foster turning that shoulder roll defense into his bread and butter in this fight, fighting the fight really completely orthodox this entire time, but just
30 seconds, shot.
Supreme in terms of his defense tonight.
I think he feels like he won pretty easily because he didn't do nothing different. He didn't change southpaw. He didn't seem desperate at all.
Kind of stayed in one gear though, right? Never really went in there to cement it. And this one is going to the scorecards here in our co-main event. So, Oscar, you have O'Shaquie Foster winning this fight, right?
Yes. I was taking notes round by round, and yes, I got Foster winning this fight. A little too comfortable. Started off well, but then he got a little too comfortable in the later rounds, but still felt like he wanted a lot of those later rounds.
You got a brief look at the numbers there, but just to kind of summarize for you, Robson Conceição threw 701 punches compared to only 435 punches, but the difference is he only landed 76 of them. O'Shaquie Foster landed 109 punches. I don't know how much stock you want to put in these CompuBox numbers, but he threw less and landed more, holding Conceição to only 11% effectiveness on his shot. So for what it's worth, even though he didn't throw as many, he was more effective in what he threw, and effective aggression is going to get you more points with the judges than is anything else. There's Shakur Stevenson, 21-0, looking to make it 22 2-0 tonight in his backyard and defend his title. But for now, Robson Conceição walk away a world champion tonight, maybe pulling away in the second half of the fight, or will Shakur Foster still be the WBC junior lightweight world champion?
You never know with these judges because everyone judges differently. Maybe those shots that were landing on the shoulder, maybe some judges do count it as a shot.
I just wanted to show the world I could bang it out, but I don't want to too.
That man actually got job here.
And the judges are taking their time, totaling up these scores. And like I said, I mean, the first half of the fight for Shakur Foster, he looked to be clicking on all cylinders, and Conceição kind of poured it on with the punches, albeit not very effective, as those numbers reflected. Waiting to hear, in my partner's opinion and likely my opinion, that Shakur Foster did enough, or will Robson Conceição here for the first time in 4 tries, and the new.
I tried to put a little extra, but I didn't want to overdo it. Just tell me next time when we get it down.
The suspense, right? Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds here inside the Prudential Center, Newark, New Jersey, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Anthony Lundy scores the bout 116-112 in favor of Conceição. Ron McNair scores the bout 116-112 in favor of Foster. Mark Lyson scores the bout 115-113 for your winner by split decision. And the new WBC lightweight champion of the world, Robson Conceição.
Wow, he has done it. Robson Conceição, 4th time is the charm. And tonight he walks out of here the new WBC junior lightweight world champion. And as you can see, Conceição is completely overwhelmed with emotion right now, in the promise that he made to his young daughter that he would become a world champion. And tonight he has delivered on that promise. And the Foster team is completely and utterly shocked right now.
I mean, I'm shocked, but then again, like I said, judges, we got to respect the judges. Judges made that call. Every judge is different. You know, some judges appreciate someone's coming forward and throwing the volume punches.
I mean, just the juxtaposition and emotion from these two fighters right now. The complete and utter joy and tears from Robson, and the disappointment. Here's Kriegel.
Robson, you promised your daughter you would win. Is this what the fulfilled promise looks like?
Robson, você prometeu à sua filha que ia ganhar. É isso o que a promessa se vê, se materializou.
Quando eu prometo, eu cumpro. Isto é, meu amor, é todo seu. Eu prometi, papai cumpriu. É sobre nunca desistir. Eu sou muito persistente na minha luta diária, então eu nunca desisto enquanto eu não alcanço meus objetivos. E isso aconteceu aqui hoje. Obrigado, meu Deus, obrigado, equipe. Obrigado, família. Somos campeões do mundo. Obrigado, Deus.
This is it, my daughter. I promised for my daughter, and I actually was able to fulfill here. Thanks to my family, thanks to my team. We're
are actually the champions of the world. Thank you, family. Thank you, everybody.
Robson, did you think that you won the fight? We had wildly different scores than the officials and the judges.
Você pensa que você venceu a luta? Havia diferentes discrepâncias na pontuação. Você pensa que venceu?
Penso que venceu sim, eu ataquei ele mais, o Foster me deu muito trabalho porque ele se movimentou muito, mas eu atirei muito mais golpe, ele não queria a luta, eu atirei muito mais golpe, busquei muito mais a luta, então saí merecedor dessa vitória.
Yes, I do think that I was actually the winner. I striked way more. He didn't really come to fight. He didn't come to fight. He was actually running. I kept on striking. So yes, I'm the winner.
We thought that he was boxing, not running, but also, I believe you only had double-digit connects in 1 or 2 rounds. Did you feel like you were connecting with him at all? Did you feel like you were hitting him a lot?
A verdade é que você só teve assim alguns golpes de 2 dígitos em alguns dos rounds. Você pensa que estava realmente a golpear muitas vezes ou não?
Eu golpeei bastante, não golpeei mais porque ele não aceitava a luta, ele movimentou muito, então eu não consegui conectar mais golpes do que o que eu conectei. Se ele talvez parasse um pouco mais, com certeza eu combinaria muito mais golpes.
Yes, I was able to connect a few of the strikes, but yes, the reason why I didn't connect even more, didn't strike even more, was because he kept on moving. If he just stuck there instead of just keeping on going around, I would have struck even more.
Thank you, champion. Congratulations to you, your family, your daughter. We're going to Shaq right now. Oh, Shaki. I don't know. What are you feeling right now?
I don't know. I thought it was a shutout. I don't know.
I had it 11-1. I mean, if that's any consolation.
That's what I'm saying, man. I thought it was a shutout. I don't know, man. I thought it was easy, man. I thought it was an easy fight. I didn't get touched, but with a headbutt, like, I don't know, man.
What do you do? Where do you go from here? I mean, I know how much you put into this. I know how hard this has been.
I'll be back. But I want the rematch. Of course, I want the rematch. They stole this fight from me. They stole this fight from me. I just wanted to show the world I can bang it out, and if I want to, I don't have to get touched. But I guess it wasn't good enough for the judge.
Shaq, I don't know if you're entitled to an automatic rematch, but you do have another fight this year on your contract with Top Rank. Right now, what do you want? Keith, you're his manager. What do you guys want?
Rematch, ASAP.
We have to get this rematch, Mark. He didn't touch him the whole fight, Mark. The whole fight. Shaq is slipping.
Hey, look, I saw the same fight you all did. Anyway, congratulations. As always, you fought with your heart. Congratulations, both. Thanks.
Those interviews are always difficult, and you can see just the emotion on Foster's face. And to Mark's point, I mean, 11-1, I'm not sure, but there was plenty of rounds where O'Shaquie Foster outlanded Conceição. And in fact, like I said, I don't know how much stock you want to put in the CompuBox numbers, but he held Conceição to landing only 11% of his shots. How do you hold an opponent to only that few percentage and still?
I mean, it was pretty clear in my eyes, but then again, I gotta respect the judges' calls. Some judges like when a fighter comes forward.
And that's kind of what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, they may have appreciated the over 700 punches that Conceição threw, and not even close to that amount of punches thrown from Foster. So he said, I wanted to show the judges that I could also, win a fight by not getting hit, but perhaps he's going to have to kind of gel those two and find what's going to be the perfect mix if he's going to run by this rematch and try to win that world title again. And now Conceição has come to ringside to Oscar Valdez, and he says that he wants the rematch with Oscar Valdez, and headset comes off and fighter mode goes on. And he, as he comes to call out my partner here on the air, ringside, and Valdez might have some business to take care of with Emmanuel Navarrete first, but here are two of the new world junior lightweight champions, with Lamont Roach recently winning a title and Conceição. Emmanuel Navarrete still had the 130-pound belt, and then Anthony Kankaji from the IBF. So tonight there's a new WBC champion, and his name is Robson Conceição. And as much as Oshaki Foster wants the rematch, he looks like he wants the rematch with you, my friend. He's got a belt.
I'm flattered. I'm happy. I'm happy that Lamont Roach wants to fight me. I'm happy that Vaquero wants to fight me. I'm happy that Conceição wants to fight me. So that just shows that we're right there, and let's go. I came here to commentate, but now it feels like I want to go shadow box.
You took the headset off real quick. His whole face changed. The headset hit the table. Wait, we got one more to go.
Let's switch.
We got one more fight to go. Our main event, Shakur Stevenson taking on Artem Harutyunyan. That's coming up next in our main event. Let's take one more look at camp life, behind the scenes of the training camp as these fighters prepare to fight tonight on this card before we get to our main event.
Keyshawn, the businessman, Davis!
The former champ now at 34 against the rising star. Now the right hand comes in against Pedraza, and now he's got him backed up against the ropes, and he's teeing off as Davis has Pedraza off balance. Another big headshot, and this fight is over, and Keyshawn Davis delivers.
Second workout of the day, man. Sparring. Like businessman.
This guy got a lot of power, this guy that I'm fighting. And he's never been stopped before. But this guy right here, honestly, I would say he's tailor-made for me. I can say that. Because he's a come-forward fighter. If you're going to come forward and try to fight me, that's the worst thing you could ever do.
Huge opportunity for Keyshawn to really emerge as one of the top lightweight contenders in the world. He wants a shot at the title sooner rather than later, and if he could put forth a big performance against Miguel Matueno, he will really make his case to be a world title challenger sooner than later.
Nice work. Yes, sir. Hard work becoming easy work.
Miguel, you fighting the businessman. One of the biggest fights of your life. Champ, get ready. You already know I'm ready. It's gonna be a hell of a fight.
July 6th. Let me give you this fight card. There is Shakur Stevenson in Newark against Artem Harutyunyan. Of course, Stevenson will be an overwhelming favorite on top. Keyshawn Davis is on the card, one of the finest prospects, now contenders in the sport. And the co-feature is the WBC Super Featherweight Championship fight, Oshaki Foster against Robson Conceição.
This the best fight on the card. I'm coming to steal the show. I could have took like an easier fight, but I wanted to show what I can do. He not shy about letting his hands go, and me neither. I like putting people down, and he's aggressive, so I think it's gonna be fireworks.
I think I'm the best in the sport. Like, of course, you got Canelo, you got Terrence. You work your way to that, but from where I'm at right now and where I'm going to become, I'm the best in the sport. I don't think really nobody is better than me. I'm only 10-0. Let's just see what the next 10 fights how I look on 20-0.
From Brick City, Newark, New Jersey, Shakur Stevenson!
Last time I was out there and I fought in Newark, I had so much fun.
Shakur Stevenson, TKO victory, round number 6.
Honestly, I think Newark is just like a place for me to put on the show. That's all I look at it as.
Now you know why guys didn't want to fight him.
I enjoyed that night. And I think that July 6th, we're going to enjoy that night too.
Look, I don't have to say anything. People going to talk about this performance. They're going to be heavy on Shakur.
I had tears in my fingers, but then I had tears in my shoulder too. So I was in a tremendous amount of pain, and I took some time off, let my body heal, let my hands heal. But that night we just had to do what we had to do to come out victorious.
I'm not going to lie. I almost fell asleep watching because I was waiting on him to step it up.
Was the criticism warranted?
It was to a certain extent, but it's like they going a little bit too far when they just base everything off of what I done that night.
Prior to this, the fight you took the most heat for was Jeremiah Nakafila.
Yeah.
Was this like that?
Nah, this was way different. De Los Santos, he's actually a good fighter, but I was fighting him with one hand, so he got 50% of me that night.
Last January, you announced your retirement.
Yeah.
What was going on?
I was honestly frustrated with the business of boxing. I see all of these fighters get opportunities after opportunities. It's like it's just so hard to make a big fight happen. A lot of that I do blame on my promoter. They could have did a lot more for us to make these big fights happen.
Ultimately, who is more responsible, the promoter or the other fighters?
I think a lot of guys want to pick and choose who to fight. Oh, I want to fight this guy. I want to fight that guy. Okay, will you fight that guy?
Why is it so hard for you to get a big fight?
It wouldn't be hard if I had committed to signing back with Top Rank.
Do you think the fights didn't happen because you didn't sign?
Yes, I think the fights didn't happen because I didn't re-sign with Top Rank.
It's been reported the deal you turned down was 5 fights, $15 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's not chump change, but I know my worth and I know who I am now, and I understand that my value from when I first signed with them to now is a lot higher.
What should Top Rank have done differently?
I think that I was built the right way, and I appreciate them for that. But at the end, we could have at least tried harder to make big fights instead of always finding excuses. I think that the vision should just be a lot bigger just because of who I am and what I've done. I think even with this fight right here, Artem was the only guy that was offered to me.
Raymond Murataya wanted to fight you very badly.
But why wasn't it offered? I think that Raymond Murataya is on the Top Rank roster, and if he fight me and take that L, that wouldn't be good for his stock right now.
So it looks like the two guys in the whole world you want to fight most, Vasily Lomachenko and Tank Davis, are going to fight each other. And why is he fighting Lomachenko but not Shakur Stevenson?
I think he sees a weakness in Lomachenko now. He's older. It's not prime Lomachenko.
Shakur, if Tank hasn't fought you yet when you were coming up, why is he going to fight you down the line when you get bigger and badder?
Because there's nobody else. After he fight Lomachenko, who else is there to fight? There's nobody. All I need is an opportunity.
Well, this could very well be the last fight that Shakur Stevenson has on a top-ranked card. It's indeed the last one, and then he's going to explore free agency. That doesn't mean that they can't come to terms on another contract or, just work on a fight-by-fight basis. But regardless, he's got Artem Harutyunyan in front of him tonight. What kind of challenges, Oscar Valdez, does Artem Harutyunyan pose tonight for Shakur Stevenson?
I mean, he could become a very dangerous fighter because, like I said before, he has nothing to lose and everything to win. And like he said back at the fighters meeting, he said who's got the pressure is Shakur Stevenson. And that can be true because we're fighting in his hometown. We're here, and Shakur might get a little nervous, but I doubt it because he's fought here before. Shakur's a extremely talented, high IQ fighter, but that doesn't mean that Artem Harutyunyan is not dangerous.
Well, there's an old saying, iron sharpens iron, and not long ago that applied to Shakur Stevenson as an up-and-coming fighter, training with established stars such as Terrence Crawford and Andre Ward, and now as a seasoned vet himself, he's trying to pay that forward.
You were everyone's kid brother, now you're the big brother. What happened?
I love for people around me to get better, and I think that'd be like my main focus when I don't have a fight coming up, is helping my little cousin get better, helping my little brother get better. Main thing that I would tell them is you'll learn more watching somebody than hearing what somebody got to say sometimes. So I was fortunate enough to go watch Andre Ward when I was younger, came up in the gym with Terrence Crawford. I could sit there and watch them. The main thing with me telling them to watch, I think it evolves their game. When you put great fighters around other great fighters, we can't do nothing but make each other better. Honestly, I just love having them on side of me. They really just love the sport of boxing. And I enjoy having that around me.
Also. There's a right hand slap the head back, and Pryor is hurt. The right hand, Hurt another right. Hurt hits him with an uppercut. Hagler, he's hurt. Hagler is done. Hurt's got inside. Takes another right. Hurt's in deep trouble again. Hurt is down. Hurt is down in the third round, and on his back. What a shot. Hand right to the chest. Oh, and a right hand drops Mancini. And a combination again. And Aguayo's in trouble. And Leonard Flurry. Oh! He's got Gonzalez down, and he may not get up. Down goes Leonard with a combination from her.
Corrales comes back in a round he was losing 10-6 and wins the fight and knocks out Jose Luis Castillo.
Oh, that left floored him. It came from nowhere. It's over. Ali is the knockout winner.
Footage from the weigh-in yesterday. All smiles is the challenger and the champ.
One for the WBC Lightweight Championship of the World. Artem, the original
Quick look
Harutyunyan
at the tail of the tape.
Newark, New Jersey.
Artem, 6 years. Shakur's senior, but Shakur has the advantage in world title fights, this being his 6th world title fight. Artem making his way to the ring now, 33 years old. Was born in Armenia, but moved to Germany as a kid and competed in the 2016 Olympic Games for Germany, winning a bronze medal at 141 pounds. He enters tonight the number 7th ranked contender in the WBC. This is his 2nd consecutive fight in the U.S. after previously fighting the majority of his fights, actually all of his fights, in Germany. Had a very cool demeanor this week, very confident, has a great personality. You know, feels that the pressure's not on my shoulders, the pressure's on the shoulders of Shakur Stevenson. And, you know, all he has to prove tonight why he's the champion and that he's not the runner that they say he is, that he's not the boring fighter that they say he is. He says he's kind of poking fun at him all week long, kind of trying to get in his head a little bit.
It seems like he's been enjoying himself.
Yep.
He's pretty funny. He tries to take the best out of it. He says he's a very positive guy that you don't win or you lose, you just learn. He said the pressure is on Shakur, not on him.
Yep. And there is Shakur Stevenson making his way to the ring now. Rapper G Haribo is going to be walking him out. And of course you see Andre S.O.G. Ward and Terrence Bud Crawford there alongside the undefeated WBC lightweight world champion. tonight, Shakur Stevenson is making the first defense of the vacant WBC lightweight title he won in his last fight against Edwin De Los Santos, a performance that he was heavily criticized for, despite coming into the fight injured and fighting the fight with what he said was pretty much one arm. Still got the win in that fight, but it was far from an exciting performance, not like the performances we've seen from him in the past against Jamel Herring, and even the great fight against you, my friend, Oscar Valdez. The last time he was here in Newark, he got a spectacular knockout against Shuichiro Yoshino, and he's looking to have some fun like he did in that fight, telling us, I feel healthy, I feel good, I had training camp at home, and I'm looking to have some fun out there and get the win by any means necessary.
So most of the time, us fighters never get into the ring 100%. We always get in there like an 80%, maybe 95%, because there's always something inside camp. I'm glad to hear that Shakur Stevenson, this time, he's 100%. He's healed, he's focused on winning this fight. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about social media. He doesn't care. He doesn't focus that. He says he's been off his cell phone for the last 3 months. Because what? He wants to become the next great fighter.
He's given those responsibilities to other people in his team. In fact, he's coming off his longest career layoff in this fight, 233 days after that fight in November. Said, I didn't even get back into the boxing ring until the beginning of the year. I took some time off, healed my body, healed my mind, and brought training camp back to Houston this time so he could stay home, and had a great 8-week camp and is looking to show up and show out tonight against Artem Harutyunyan. And as he does before every fight, his customary prayer in the neutral corner, and for Mark Chinook with the official introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the Prudential Center here in beautiful Newark, New Jersey. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by AutoZone. Get in the zone. By DraftKings Sportsbook, download the app now, and by C4 Energy, energy that hits. We are sanctioned by the New Jersey State Athletic Control Board. Chairman Tony Orlando, Commissioner Larry Hazard Sr. This fight scheduled for 12 rounds for the WBC Lightweight Championship of the World. Our judges at ringside, Lynn Carter, Guido Cavalieri, and Mark Lyson. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell is Mr. Alan Huggins. And now, to everybody here in attendance inside Prudential Center, Newark, New Jersey, and to everybody watching on ESPN, this is boxing. This is Top Rank. And oh, baby, this is the main event. Introducing first out of the blue corner, presented in association with Universum Boxing, with head trainer Artem Harutyunyan. He weighed in at 134.8 pounds, wearing black trunks. His record, 12 victories with 1 defeat. 7 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He captured a bronze medal for Germany at the 2016 Olympics. He is making his first attempt at a world title from Hamburg, Germany, Artem, the original Harutyunyan! Introducing out of the red corner, presented in association with Antonio Leonard Promotions, with head trainer Wally Moses. He weighed in at 134.1 pounds, wearing gray trunks with red trim. his record. Perfect. 21 fights, 21 victories. 10 of those victories coming by way of knockout. 2016 U.S. Olympic silver medalist. He is the former WBO featherweight champion of the world. He is the former WBC, WBO, and Ring Magazine junior lightweight champion of the world. He is the reigning, defending WBC lightweight champion of the world from Brick City, Newark, New Jersey, the champion, Shakur Stevenson!
You heard the ovation here for Shakur Stevenson. Newark has always had his back, and he said he would bring good fights right back here. This is, in fact, his 4th year in Newark, New Jersey. As they take their time washing out that mouthpiece.
Maybe it's a mind game.
Okay, gentlemen, you both have your instructions. Obey my command at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. Anything from here on up is good. Anything from here on up is good. Touch gloves. Let's go.
All right, Alan Huggins, the 3rd man in the ring tonight. Christina Poncher and Oscar Valdez here with you from the Prudential Center. The WBC lightweight world title on the line. The champion, Shakur Stevenson, looking to remain undefeated, 21-0, taking on first-time world title challenger, 12-1, Artem Harutyunyan. Right away, you see Shakur Stevenson in that southpaw stance. The tan trunks with red trim. Harutyunyan in the black trunks, red gloves. Harutyunyan has that kind of quick twitch style, little herky-jerky on the top part of his body. Likes to kind of fight out long range. Got some pretty decent hand speed, foot speed, and he likes to stay busy.
It's definitely a different style. It almost reminds me of an amateur style. You can tell he had that bronze medal in the Olympics. He's bringing it here with Shakur. He's bringing something different to the table.
And although he's never been in a world title fight before, he said he's been on the big stage. The world stage obviously being in the Olympic Games in 2016, winning that bronze medal. He's seen a plethora of different styles across the ring from him, but you've spent time across the ring from Shakur Stevenson. What makes him so special of a fighter?
His ring IQ. One thing that stands out, obviously, is his defense. He's right in front of you. You think you're going to land that shot, and sometimes you just, at the maximum, you only get close to hitting that shot. So that's one thing that stands out from Shakur Stevenson. One thing that surprised me about Artem Harutyunyan is that he does not watch tape. He did not study Shakur. That's a mistake, because there's every fighter out there. You got to study him. You got to see his flaws, and what he does good and what he does bad. But he decided to watch no tape on him.
Yeah, he said he kind of defers to his coach and telling him what he wants to do. And sometimes I hear fighters say they don't watch much tape, but they watch a little bit here and there. But the way they might fight me is different, or that these guys have a different style than me. But it's kind of like the more you watch, the more you study, the more you pick up on fighters' techniques. And I've always been a huge advocate of fighters watching tape and just watching boxing in general. Like, I know you're a huge boxing fan in addition to being a 2-time world champion yourself.
And obviously, boxing is not just going in there and throwing punches. It's more of a chess game. You got to study your opponent. You got to see where he makes mistakes, where he's good at, so you can be careful with those shots.
And maybe a little shot to the haters out there. On the back of Shakur Stevenson's trunks, it says Twitterson on the back. Because people say, oh, you kind of do all your talking on Twitter. Not so much. So Twitterson along the back of the belt line there for Shakur Stevenson.
One thing that I do like for fighters that to get off social media. Social media could help, but it could damage, could make you lose focus.
Let's listen into the corner now of both fighters. Wally Moses in the corner of Shakur Stevenson.
Start doubling and start hooking off. Jab and hook. That'll take you jump in on us. You need to jump in behind your jab. Hit him with the hook. Okay?
And one thing important to note, if you recognize or seen Artem Harutyunyan from his last fight, which was his US debut against Frank Martin, that was a heck of a fight for him. And in fact, he told us that he took that fight on fairly short notice, didn't spend a lot of time in the States prior to that fight, and really came in there and gave Frank Martin all that he could handle. And, you know, Shakur wanted to fight Frank Martin. He was hoping that this fight would have been against him. Obviously, Frank went the tank route. But, you know, do US fighters sometimes gauge how another guy performs against them and try to outdo him and do maybe one better than the other? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, obviously, yeah. But we see a fighter having some struggle with the fighter. Obviously, you want to beat that fighter who made the other guy have some trouble. So Shakur's been open over the last years about fighting the best. You know, obviously he's not scared of facing the big dogs, the big fighters. He's said it before. But sometimes you got to take the tougher fighters. Who sometimes the toughest fighters are not the big names. Artem Harutyunyan, he's a difficult fighter. The only problem is not a lot of people know him.
Right now he landed a right hand right there to the body of Stevenson, and Stevenson kind of slowly inching his way forward, using that lead right hand jab from that southpaw stance. Harutyunyan misses there. Both fighters kind of taking their time, feeling each other out in these first couple rounds of this world title fight scheduled for 12. One of the other things Artem told us as well is in that fight against Frank Martin, his last fight, he didn't have his lead trainer in his corner. His trainer didn't make it to the States for that fight. He had his brother in the corner, and he said, you know, if his lead trainer was there, he wouldn't have let him take that knee in the 12th round. And he would have had a little more of a game plan put together for Frank Martin, and maybe would have walked out there. Obviously, hindsight's, you know, it's done, what's done is done, what if, but it does make a big difference when you don't have that lead voice in your corner with you the whole time.
But then again, there's a big difference fighting Martin from fighting Shakur Stevenson.
Yes.
Shakur Stevenson is way more defensive than Frank Martin, so it could help his mindset. His mindset's, I like his mindset, coming to win. It's only the first round also, so Shakur's taking his time. Second round, taking his time, being patient.
And Shakur's just one of those fighters that prides himself on the mantra, you know, hit and don't get hit. And he is one of the most elusive fighters in the game, holding his fighters at bay when it comes to them when they try to apply pressure. Very few times has Stevenson ever been outlanded in a round. You were one of those fighters, my friend, in round 3 that outlanded him 15-8. Joet Gonzalez and Conceição, the only other 2 fighters to ever outland him in a round of a fight.
Eat it too quick. Commit to them jabs, all right? And listen, the first time he tries something up, throw that fucking left hand, all right? Listen, run the 1, 2, 3, 2, and start running that jab and that left hand right up. Okay. You're gonna knock this motherfucker out.
Avançou. Ganha,
All right, and Shakur already waiting for about 10-15 seconds in the middle of the ring for Artem to join him as we get ready to start round 3. Christina Poncher, Oscar Valdez here with you.
Double that turn, too.
I'm curious to see what Shakur's going to do next. Still be defensive, or picking his shots, or still going to wait these early rounds for him to gas out and then start picking it up.
Attack, baby.
Then again, he is fighting in his hometown where he might have some type of pressure to give him a good fight. It did pay to see him, so it's only right.
Good body shots landed there for Harutyunyan. Something he told us was definitely part of the game plan is that he wants to put the pressure. He wants to use his best weapon, which is his right hand, and attack the body.
And he did say that the early rounds was going to be key. He was going to start putting pressure since the first round. He did it the first round, but then again, it's easier said than done.
Yeah,
you get tired once you start throwing those shots and you miss. You get very tired, so it starts becoming smart to not throw as much. Better to try to pick the shots.
And Stevenson trying to establish that dominance with that lead foot position. You have been orthodox in a southpaw fighter. Their foot have been stepped on a couple of times here as Stevenson tries to get his lead right foot to the outside of the left foot of Harutyunyan.
That's only happening to being stepped is because they're both fighting on being the left foot or the right foot outside of the other fighter. So that's why the orthodox is always going to step, or the southpaw is always going to step on the foot.
Like he did just there. Artem looking to land the right hand there, shooting it off the jab, closing the distance, then moving an angle towards his left. Stevenson looking to hook with the left hand. Pawing the jab out there now.
It looks like Artem Harutyunyan has a long reach.
Yeah, Harutyunyan's reach is 68 inches, which is exactly the same as a Shakur Stevenson, but because he's fighting at that long range, which is really his style, he uses every bit of that. Good combination landed flush there for Stevenson, his best shots of the night so far.
That's where it starts to become more difficult, fighting someone like Shakur Stevenson. You throw your shot, you miss, and you start getting clipped with those shots. They might not have a lot of power, but it's very frustrating.
And he's such a good counterpuncher.
And it's almost like he does it on purpose, because it doesn't hurt, it doesn't get you dizzy, it only gets you mad. So what you do, you try to put more pressure. And what does Shakur do? Land his shots.
Like that right hand right there downstairs.
Rhythm now. Stop letting them go to your right, okay?
Prudential Center, a place where Shakur Stevenson has fought now 4 times. This being his last under his current contract with his promoter, Top Rank. Going to test the free agency waters after this fight. We'll see, I mean, in my opinion, at 135 pounds, 3, including himself, the other 2 of the 3 other champions are Top Rank or have affiliation with Top Rank. Brentchek beating Navarrete. Top Rank has rights on that fight. Obviously Lomachenko, although he's in discussions possibly with the fight with Gervonta Davis, and then Tank Davis is the other one who could be fighting Lomachenko. So if you're going to stay at 35 pounds, I mean, you think this is the place to stay, but
Top Rank's a great option, obviously, and you want to make the best fights, you know, you're still here.
But he does feel like they could have promoted him bigger, and that he should have been a bigger star than he feels like he is right now. And you know, Kriegel asked him a fair question in their sit-down interview. He said, you know, do you feel like that's at the responsibility of your promoter, or is that at the responsibility of some of these opponents who haven't really wanted to come either fight you or sign a contract to fight you?
Sometimes us fighters forget that we just have to fight. You know, right now, Shakur has to fight. He needs to stay concentrated on this fighter, because this fighter is very dangerous. You know, just because he doesn't have a big name doesn't mean he's dangerous. He's got to focus on winning this fight first, and then might think about fighting another fighter, mentioning the big names, and probably leaving Top Rank. So right now, stay focused on this fight first.
Stevenson with 2 shots to the body with that left hand. Moves an angle, and Harutyunyan trying to land right back to the body as well. He's actually had a pretty consistent body attack in this fight. Has Harutyunyan wanting to slow down the movement of Stevenson. I'm not saying Stevenson's moving a lot in this fight, but just as part of the game plan.
So Shakur's not running, obviously. Shakur's right in front of you. But he's got that good defense. He just leans back, rocks back a little bit, and counterpunches it. Just with that right hook.
Combination there as he lands a left on the way out. You know, it's just like you said, just a slight head movement or a slight head back, but he's still staying right there in the pocket.
He's literally in the center of the ring, being defensive, picking his shots.
Catches that right hand from Harutyunyan right on the arm and answers back with the left hand body shot, then brings it back up top. Blocking those shots again there is Stevenson.
Harutyunyan looks like he's a strong fighter. Like, he carries a punch. The problem is you got to land those shots.
Harutyunyan has 7 knockouts in his 12 professional wins. His only loss was his last fight to Frank Martin. That was a unanimous decision loss that went the distance, but he has gone the 12-round distance twice as a professional, despite this being his first world title fight.
Just like the last fight, you know, you gotta take a risk. You gotta risk. You might get hit with those 2 shots, but what if that landing that big shot may cause the victory?
And again, Shakur standing right there in the center of the ring, trading shots with Harutyunyan. You know what's interesting is we call him Shakur, Artem. The whole fight has been promoted by their first names, but yet when you get to call in a fight, right, it's like you gotta get the last names in there. As again, a solid round here for the champ.
Beine lang. Ja. Du musst wieder einbauen, rechtes Bein hinten, antäuschen, okay?
In this fucking fight. Okay? All right, let's make sure we know what we can do. Good. So now, take that pace up again. Give him a body shot, all right?
And we start round 5, and after the first 4 rounds, Artem Harutyunyan's thrown 119 punches compared to 91 for Stevenson, but he's only landed 16 of those, a 13% clip. Stevenson landing 51% of his power shots, 35% of his total punches. But as we saw in the last fight, apparently,
the judges,
in the eyes of the judges, that might not matter.
I'm not a judge. I'm just calling the fights the way I see it.
Some hard shots from Stevenson as he looks to...
That's what I'm talking about. Shakur carries a punch. But he doesn't try to land that strong punch. He rather just hit you with that just okay jab, just okay right hand, and he does just enough to win. I feel like if he decides to sit in the pocket, risk a little bit, land that strong shot, he can't get that knockout.
Deflecting these shots from Harutyunyan right now, just kind of picking off his punches and then landing 2 left hands there, and Harutyunyan trying to find a rhythm here to get off a combination of punches. He did some good work early down to the body, but a little hesitant when it comes to the combinations with his punches, Oscar.
Well, now he's starting to pick it up in my eyes. He's starting to pick it up. It's the 5th round for Shakur. Throw a little bit more solid shots. Like I said, in the center of the ring. Now he's coming forward.
Strong jab pops the head back of Harutyunyan there. Stevenson just out of range and misses there with the left hand. Strong jab.
I can tell by Artem's facial expression, he's pretty desperate now. He's frustrated.
How frustrating is it?
He's very frustrated when you see your object right in front of you. Right in front of you. You throw your shot just to lean, rocking back. You don't miss your shot. And if you land that shot, it's not coming with all the power.
He looks to turn that left hand jab into a hook there. Harutyunyan does. That's the first time we've kind of seen a different look with that lead hand. And there he kind of threw it as a lazy uppercut, but then he gets caught with the counter to the body.
That's fighting Shakur. Throwing your shot, getting counterpunched.
How you feel now? You see them body shots taking effect now? Yeah. Okay, let's bring that jab. Yeah, now let's bring that jab behind that. You can land more body shots, right? Huh? Yeah, amateur, I'm a pro. Okay, so beat him with that jab and then knock his ass out. But I need you to pick up that fucking pace. All right? Yeah. Good. Now, you see how you box in the jab? He about to be done. Good, good. I believe you. I believe you. Let's do it off that jab. Let's do it off that jab. Here. Hold here. One of y'all take the water. Okay. Look, concentrate. Get that jab going on that left hand.
Shakur Stevenson just said in the corner, he's about to be done. Trust me. He's about to be done. I trust him.
I trust him too. He looks confident.
Let's see if Artem has an answer. Because according to what he just said and then looked over us and doubled down on it like he heard us, because obviously we're calling from ringside, it's about to be over.
He said it's over. But one thing in boxing, you can't get too confident. And you can't look for the knockout either. It's got to come by itself. But then again, I'm preaching to the choir, man. I'm talking about Shakur Stevenson. He knows what he's doing.
Harutyunyan has only 13 professional fights, one loss. It was by decision. It wasn't by knockout. So obviously he's never been stopped before. And the only time he was ever down, technically in his last fight, he took a knee on his own accord after what he said was, the injury to his left eye got him through the end of the fight. But Shakur Stevenson would love a knockout here in front of his hometown crowd. Down to the body for the shot you could hear here ringside. Again to the body with the left hand. Then brings it back up top with the hook.
That's what I'm talking about. He got hit a little bit, but he took a risk, and he landed a stronger shot. He can't get the knockout if he stands there, sits his foot, and just lands that big shot. He tries. Nice. He doesn't try too much. He just tries to hit that jab, just that okay jab, okay right hand.
Down to the body, consistent body work from Stevenson here in this round. As Artem Harutyunyan tries to get his punches going here, and again takes another body shot with the left hand. That one right at the hip. Left hook gets between the guard. 1:17 left to go here in round 6. Crowd starting to sense it a bit as Shakur Stevenson has landed some very solid shots here in this round. Walking down Harutyunyan. Under a minute left to go here in round 6. Down to the body, but gets one right back. How many more of those body shots can he take?
He's doing a great job taking to the body. Sure. And he's coming forward. What does he get criticized the most? That he runs. He's not running, he's coming forward. Doesn't mean you can't be defensive, skillful. Picking his shots.
Artem looking to land that right hand to the body, eats a jab, just misses with the uppercut. And then it lands a left hand to the body, right back comes Stevenson. Stevenson combination, tight punches on the inside. And Harutyunyan, despite what Stevenson said in between rounds, makes it out of round 6.
Stop letting them get around that corner.
Here's some of the replays from the last round. There's some of the body work early that was landing from Harutyunyan, but right back comes Stevenson.
Stay in the pocket, stay in the center of the ring, landing those clear shots. I mean, Shakur's looking like he's actually having fun this time, just like he said he was.
And here's kind of what Shakur Stevenson does. He hits, which is 74 punches landed, and he doesn't get hit his opponent, landing at only a 16% clip. So he's landing twice as many punches as his opponent while throwing less and not letting you hit him at all. That's textbook.
He's getting up way before his opponent is. He's locked and loaded to go. I can see it. I can see it in his eyes.
Now on to the second half of the fight, round 7.
Stay in the center of the ring. I like that.
What adjustments Oscar Valdez can Artem Harutyunyan make to try to get himself back into this fight?
I mean, Shakur's coming forward. Might as well come forward as well. Get in there. Try to dig to the body. Throw that over right hand.
That is his best weapon, that right hand. He hasn't really landed a significant one yet.
And he's got the reach advantage. He can do it. But then again, easier said than done. You want to throw that shot, but you want to land it. And when it doesn't land, you get more tired. It's only the 7th round. We still got a lot more rounds to go. He can't get tired.
Artem looking to hook around with that right shot. You can't take a shot. It can't take that long for a shot to get there.
Kind of looked like it hurt him. Kind of hurt him with that straight left hand.
Stevenson blocking those shots now, using his gloves, using his head movement, getting out of the way of that left hand there. Artem moving side to side and had a shot a little bit low there by the left hand of Stevenson.
I see Shakur risking more. Staying in the pocket. He got tapped with a little shot. That means he's risking. He's trying to land a big shot.
Oh, and he meets him there with the left hand. Artem moving around the outside, stopping there in the middle, looking to throw the right hand to the body and scores. And right back comes 2 from Stevenson, and then he looks to counter with the left over the top. That's what he's got to do right there.
You got to throw punches, throw combinations. He doesn't want to be like I was. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. This is your time. This is your opportunity. Take advantage of it. Take risks.
Stevenson down to the body with the left hand. Landed 8 body shots in that last round. And round 7 is in the books. Another dominant round for Stevenson as Harutyunyan struggles to land shots.
He's frustrated. You can see in his face that he's already frustrated and he doesn't know what to do.
Oh, Okay, you know
On the
when
other
you
hand,
jab
Shakur
this
looks more
nigga, he ain't
confident.
getting nothing back, right?
Stay in the pocket, stay in the center of the ring.
I know he's trying to survive to make it easy. So look, don't leave out letting him go to your left, okay? And look, if he go around to get around that corner, hit him in the fucking hip. We got water, don't worry about it. Okay? Now look, keep using your jab. Start hooking him off the jab, start using the hook.
He's ready to go.
He going.
I mean, he didn't even want to listen to the instruction in the corner.
He's ready.
Stevenson is like, I'm going to stop this guy. I'm ready to go. He gets up and walks to the center of the ring.
You can tell he's having fun, just like he called it. I mean, he is in his hometown. He feels good, he feels comfortable, has a love and support from everybody. How can you not?
Would you like to see him, Oscar, kick it up a notch, take it to another gear?
I think that's exactly what he's doing. Stepping it up a notch. Using the center of the ring, throwing shots. Setting his foot, throwing those power shots.
And he did out-throw.
He's trying to look for that knockout.
He did out-throw Artem in that last round.
He's in front of his crowd. He wants to give them what they want. He wants to give them a good fight. And he's nice and comfortable, feeling good.
Don't let him pass your hand.
1-2 working beautifully right now for Stevenson as Harutyunyan looks to pop out that jab, shoots the right hand. He's tried the uppercut a couple times, especially with that lead left hand. It just hasn't been successful as Stevenson's been able to get out of range just like that.
And it's going to be very hard to land that uppercut, the left uppercut, because Shakur is rocking back. And from this side, my best shot would be throw that over right hand because you got that long distance. But when you're inside that ring, you're confused. Your throwing is not working for you. You try it again, it doesn't work. Then you try it again in the next round, it's not working. He's dominating. He's mentally dominated. He's drawing right now. And Shakur's taking him to deep waters right now, putting the pressure on and not getting hit.
And with boxing being so much more mental than it is physical, you're just mentally exhausting yourself, trying to find any and every way to get to him.
And now the fans are booing, but they're not booing for Shakur. They're booing because Harutyunyan's rocking back. He doesn't want to fight.
Yeah, he's definitely slowed down in terms of his punch output and is now circling around the outside of the ring where it's Stevenson with his foot planted in the center.
Maybe it's the beginning of the end.
Looks to connect there with the left, then finally throws the right as a hook, but
Shakur got,
he saw it coming.
You got to tap the bait.
With the left hand.
That's what happens when you take risks. You got to take some risks sometimes. We wanted to look for that knockout, look to give fans what they want.
Do you find it interesting that Artem was the one talking to Shakur this week about, you're going to be running, you got your track shoes on, but it's really been Harutyunyan that's been making his way around the outside?
Very interesting, and like I said before, it's easier said than done. I got a lot of people saying, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? And at the end of the day, the fighter's inside the ring doing his best to land a shot. And it's not that easy when you got a defensive fighter like Shakur.
And maybe Shakur heard what we said as he makes his way to the corner and saying like he's running.
Look. Can we attack this guy one round? I know, but listen. So
Dre said go to the right.
Right.
He said going to the left.
I know. Okay, but he only gonna go to his right a short bit. Okay. But now, when he start going away, start hitting him with that banana when he's trying to get around it, and the ribs and in the hip. All right. Don't throw it to the head. Throw it at the ribs and ready to come with the hook. When he go around the corner, throw the hip here and bring the hook. Let him run into the hook.
And I think think he thinks he's running too, right? He kind of looked at you and was like, he's running.
Yeah, he's making that footwork like he's running. And I've said this before. Shakur's not running. He stays there. He stays right in front of you. Just rocks back a little bit and counter punches. I truly believe if Shakur sits down with his shots and decides to land that big shot, it could end well for him as a knockout. But sometimes he decides just do just enough. Win the fight. He's clearly winning this fight, but I can tell he wants to give the fans what they want. His people, his crowd.
Down to the body with the left hand. And I mean, maybe that's been part of the knock as he goes right back to the body with the left hand. Is that he's just doing enough to win. He's not, you know, trying to do enough to get guys out of there, I guess. But at the same time, I think with boxing, you can have a completely dominant performance and it doesn't have to end in a knockout to have a beautiful performance. But we're sitting next to someone that continues each and every fight to give the fans a show and gives them what they want. And you know, you don't have those same arguments when people talk about your fight.
I truly try. I feel I owe something to the fans. And that's how I feel Shakur's right now with his people. In his hometown.
Hooking around the guard is Stevenson as Harutyunyan there lands a couple left hands to the body as they stand forehead to forehead here with 1.5 minutes left to go in round 9.
And that's where Artem needs to take advantage of that. Shakur's right in front of you. Actually locking in. Now he's not. He's taking a chance. You take a chance as well. Throw that over right hand.
There it is. Shakur Stevenson has landed nearly 50 body shots here through 9 rounds. He has made a concerted effort to go downstairs as 1 minute's left, and the crowd is encouraging him to come forward and pour it on. Down to the body again goes Stevenson. Harutyunyan tries to give it right back, coming forward now, throwing more punches. This is what he's got to do, right?
That's what I'm saying. Shakur's right in front of you. He's launching in. Take advantage of that. Throw your shot.
Maybe a little overzealous there with the body shot as that one landed low. Beautiful combination ending with the shot downstairs to the body. Some of the hand speed on display as Harutyunyan takes a deep breath and heads back to the corner once again.
Jetzt kommt Runde 10. Atmen. 3 Runden für deinen Traum. 3 Runden für deinen Traum.
Leber und Kopf.
Super Runde. Hey, hallo.
Linker Haken hat getroffen.
Ich hab gedacht, nach dem paar Angriffen, du gehst kaputt. Kannst du nicht mehr. Nein, du bewegst, du gehst, du atmest.
Yo, if you use your jab, you'll knock this motherfucker out. And just hit him with some kisses and brothers. But listen, stop standing straight up, okay? And stop sit a little bit and give him some swag in there. Go to your swag temple, all right? Dominate.
Reading the lips of Terrence Crawford there saying, Shakur, catch and shoot, catch and shoot.
What better advice from the man, Terrence Crawford. The guy who fights orthodox and southpaw and does great both ways.
And has good defense and solid offense and power in both hands, right?
Complete fighter.
What a performance against Errol Spence.
Wow.
One for the
I
ages.
was impressed by his one fight. Is that one? That guy.
Who saw that coming? Like that dominant of a fashion?
I mean, I said Crawford was going to win. I did not expect him to win in that fashion.
Now he's taking his talents up north to 154 pounds. In the fight on August 3rd, trying to challenge for a world title in another weight class. 35, 40, 47, and now up to 54.
And I can see Shakur doing the same thing. Going up to 140.
Oh, maybe 47 too, right?
47. He's got the reach. He's got the height. And the most important thing, he's got the boxing skills.
Well, right now in round 10, and it was a few rounds ago, he looked over at us telling us it's about to be over, that he was done, and here we are. Give credit to Harutyunyan in being able to take the best of the shots that Stevenson has thrown his way, and hasn't been down, hasn't really even looked hurt.
The problem with these fighters is that a lot of times Shakur might make them look like they're easy opponents, but that's the way he makes them look. And Shakur just makes you look bad. Harutyunyan is a tough fighter. He can give anybody problems, but he's not giving Shakur problems.
Well, it just goes to show, just because you don't know a guy, you don't know his name, and maybe he hasn't fought a lot of fights here in the States, doesn't mean they're not a good, legitimate, opponent. And he's been on the world stage before. He's an Olympian just like you and just like Shakur. And, in that fight, in the build-up to this fight, Shakur has sung the praises of Harutyunyan. He's like, this guy's tough. This guy's coming to win. He hasn't downplayed his opponent at all. He realizes the test that he has in front of him, and although he wants to get the stoppage, he never once said this is going to be an easy fight. He never once told us, I'm going to walk through this guy and knock him out.
Oh, he said it clear that a lot of these fighters maybe are even more dangerous because they got nothing to lose and everything to win, which makes them more difficult. And like I said before, every fighter out there was a nobody at some point. There was a point where nobody knew who Manny Pacquiao was. And he came to the United States and he proved his point, and then he became one of the greats. Shakur does not want to leave that to Harutyunyan.
I mean, just like we were talking about Terence Crawford before he fought Breedis Prescott on HBO and got that opportunity, nobody knew really who's this guy with the dreads that fight. Like, nobody really even knew who he was. He got his opportunity, he made his mark, and went from there. And that's what all these guys are looking to do when they face a guy like Shakur. They want to put their name on the map, give the best effort they can, walk out of there with a win. But right now, it's been a dominant performance for the first 10 rounds for the champ.
We can't take no chances on that shit.
I'm just thinking of how I stop this nigga.
Hey, you'll stop him if you keep the pressure on him. He'll be ready to break. But you see, he keep punching more. He keep punching. This guy can't out-punch you, though.
You finding that exit route?
It don't matter, man. That shit, we don't know how that shit looks to them bitches.
I don't know why you keep saying that.
I'm saying. No, I want you to beat this motherfucker ass. Just hey, I want you to be counting him put the punch out foot up, man.
He's not doing shit.
Okay, but stop standing straight up, get a little bit low. I'm not talking about that. Just sit down and get a little bit more leverage.
You need some better energy in court.
Shakur looks so fresh that he's talking back to his trainer. He's talking back and forth. When in these type of fights, by the 11th round, you're so tired that you can't even talk. You just taking your time, trying to get as much rest as you can to continue fighting. Shakur looks like he's nice and fresh.
And I think the rest was good for him. I mentioned it in the open. I mean, this is the longest layoff of his career, 233 days since his last fight, November 16th. And he's just always been a workaholic. He's one of those guys that are in the gym 24/7. And he said, my body needed a rest. It told me that before the last fight. I didn't listen. I fought through it. Hurt. And I had to... My family, my friends had to keep me out of the gym. I needed to rest. And you can see that paying dividends. He doesn't look like he's coming off the longest layoff. He looks refreshed.
We're all guilty for that as fighters. Because we want to be the best.
Right.
We work hard. And I can tell Shakur works hard, obviously. Stays in the gym. But you do need that rest. You do need that rest. Not just physically, mentally. Stay back. That's why I love the fact that he said he's off social media, not listening to the crowd, not listening to nobody, staying focused in the gym, and doing whatever it takes to win the fight.
Yeah, he said throughout the training camp, he pretty much gave his phone to his team and, at least the controls to his account kind of to his team, and said, you guys kind of deal with that. You run with that. Even fighting at home is one of those things where ticket requests and autographs and phone calls and family and everything like that. He's like, I give that all away. I love fighting here, but I don't take care of any of that when it comes to fight week. I got to stay completely focused. And that's how he's able to deliver performances like this.
I like that combination, bro. Right now, it seems like we're just fighting the punching bag.
Artem's face is showing some wear on that right eye, and underneath that right eye at the hands of the southpaw Stevenson, straight towards that eye with that left hand cocked back, and some swelling there as he hooks the left hand.
And that's only a target for Shakur now. It's nice and red. That's where he's going to start landing his shots now.
Again, twice in a row. And Artem Harutyunyan still trying. He's still throwing punches. But like you said, I mean, it's got to be incredibly frustrating landing only at 17% of your shots, when Shakur's landed nearly 48% of his power shots, 40% overall.
Then you throw those shots, you miss. And the only thing that's happening is you're just getting tired.
Stevenson said, I just want to get the win by any means necessary, and he is 3 minutes away from walking out of here in what we presume will be a successful title defense, barring anything dramatic in these next 3 minutes.
I believe he's looking for a knockout. I can tell he's looking for a knockout.
Start doubling and triple your jab to get
You said banana, what you do?
Oh,
get the fuck out of the way.
He did 1 minute, but the brother sister Bill just missed. But keep throwing at his chest this time. The brother hit the sister, man, he threw it. Throw it at his chest. We know we don't want to get knocked out. But listen, right, so look. Start doubling and tripling the jab. How you slide in on the third, start sliding in on the angle on the chip. All right, okay? And start breaking up. So this is the last round. If we going to get that motherfucker out of here, go have fun, baby.
I know you want me to knock him out.
No, don't worry about that now. Give me a fucking hard stuff. Dominate this round. That's all I need.
And some of the fans here headed for an early exit in the last round. I mean, probably assuming that they have Shakur Stevenson up 11 rounds to none, although after what we just saw in the last fight, it's not fair to assume anything, right, when it comes to the sweet science, unless, of course, Shakur Stevenson can step on the gas, Stevenson and get the knockout here in the last round.
In boxing, you never know. There's been so many upsets over the years that you can never get confident.
Or too confident. Right now, Harutyunyan looking to shoot out that double jab. Stevenson comes back with the jab of his own. Blocks that shot to the body. They meet each other with the jab.
Let's go, pick it up.
Tries to go to the body with the right hand, and Stevenson hooks around with his left.
Keep rolling, keep rolling. Tick.
At this point, the minute that Artem Harutyunyan opens up, Shakur's looking to counter, particularly with the left hand, and there he shot it to the body.
I see him thinking, where is it going to land? Where's it going to land? Is it going to be a straight left? Right hook?
Keep it on.
I can see in his eyes.
Back on the tick.
He stood in the center of the ring. He stood in the close distance for the majority of this fight, has Stevenson.
I try to explain this to people. He stays in the pocket. Stays in the pocket. Just rocks a little bit back. He's been doing this all night. Looks like he's having fun.
Just getting out of range from those shots from Harutyunyan as he answers back with a three-piece combination.
Still a minute to go.
Just under a minute in the fight in what has been a clinic from Shakur Stevenson here in Prudential Center, Newark, New Jersey. In a fight that he has landed nearly 50% of his power shots, 40% of his total punches, and held his opponent to just 17% of shots. He has outlanded him by nearly 100 punches here as we get into the last 30 seconds of this fight.
It's a clear dominance by Shakur Stevenson. He did a great job being defensive, staying in the pocket, staying inside in the middle of the ring, landing his shots. Who would have thought the guy rocking back, running, is actually Harutyunyan.
10 seconds left here, and Harutyunyan was never hurt, never down, and never really got into a rhythm offensively. And we're gonna go to the scorecards for the second straight Shakur Stevenson fight. And I know he's disappointed because I know he wanted the stoppage, I know he wanted the knockout, but still a dominant performance.
I mean, if I was Shakur Stevenson's trainer, I'll be happy. The most important thing as a fighter, you want to win.
Yeah, fighting.
Then after that, obviously you want to give the fans what they want. As a fighter, fighting your hometown, you want to give them a knockout. But one thing that is appreciated is when you try. If you try to give the fans what they want, the fans will enjoy it, and the fans will thank you for that.
Face a little marked up there of Artem Harutyunyan underneath both eyes, and I definitely expected a little more output from Harutyunyan coming in and looking at, at tape of this fight, and even the amount of punches that he averaged. I expected a little bit more.
I did as well. I thought he was going to risk a little bit more. He did not, but once again, I will continue saying this, that it's easier said than done when you got a fighter against Shakur Stevenson. Someone like Shakur Stevenson is hard to hit. It's hard to hit, and you're going to continue throwing those shots. You might miss a lot of them, but if you want to land that shot, you got to take a risk. I'm pretty sure Harutyunyan is going to go back home and say the same thing as I did. Could have, should have, would have.
So the judges will tally up the scorecards here in Newark, New Jersey, at the conclusion here of our main event, the WBC Lightweight World Championship. That man right there, the champion. This is the first defense of his belt at 135 pounds. He is a 3-division world champion, winning his first title at 126, 130, and 35. There's his fiance Lyric and his daughter Leilani and his mom awaiting the decision here. And both fighters, of course, showing respect to one another. Maybe Artem told him, "You didn't run."
That's always good. I love to see when us fighters, we duke it out. At the end of the day, we wish each other the best as far as going back healthy to our families. It's a sport. It's a sport. Let the best man win. But let's give the fans what they want.
All right, Mark Chinook is in the ring now. We're awaiting the official decision. And
hey, why y'all taking so long with the scorecard?
And I just heard Shakur Stevenson say, "Why are you taking so long with the scorecard?"
I'll be nervous too.
12 rounds here inside the Prudential Center, Newark, New Jersey. We go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Mark Lyson has it 119-109. Guido Cavalieri 118-110. And Lynn Carter 116-112. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And still, WBC lightweight champion of the world, Shakur Stevenson.
And a unanimous decision, a victory for the champion and still WBC lightweight titleist and still undefeated. Shakur Stevenson now 22-0 as a professional with 10 knockouts. I think 116-112 is a little close, in my opinion. 119-109, 118-110
Yeah,
sounds
too
a little more
close for me.
accurate.
I mean, I didn't see Harutyunyan winning now one round.
I don't know if you could find 4 rounds to give to Harutyunyan in there.
No, not in my eyes.
And we're going to stand by for the interview with ESPN's Mark Kriegel and Shakur Stevenson.
Welcome to the state of boxing, and welcome, champ. What did Harutyunyan say to you?
He said he had to bring his running shoes.
You bought your running shoes?
That's what he told me earlier.
Listen, you said coming into this fight, I am that guy. That's all I want to prove. Is that the message you sent tonight?
It's kind of hard to prove it if you don't got a fighter trying to fight back. He's just trying to make sure he survives. But he's a good fighter. He's tough, strong, and I would have wanted him to try a little harder so that way it could be a more fun fight.
He's trying all he can to survive.
I know. I did everything I could to get him out of there too.
Were you frustrated that you couldn't get him out of there?
Yes, I was. But I got to cut off the ring a little bit more. I send him one way, then he'll go the other way. So I'm going to go back in the gym, work on cutting off the ring.
Okay. Listen, there was some boos here tonight. Toward the end, I was kind of surprised, but what's your reaction to that?
I think the boos was probably because of him. He ain't really try to make the fight.
Your conversations with your grandfather, while your trainer, what were you guys going back and forth on?
My grandfather was scared y'all was going to rob me, so he was telling me to try to do a little bit more.
I wasn't going to rob you. I had the other fight.
Judges. We seen that robbery earlier tonight, and we ain't want it to happen to me.
It was a robbery.
Yeah.
Shocky Foster got robbed.
Yeah, it was a robbery.
Listen, what's ahead for you?
We'll see. Like I said, I want to fight the best fighters in boxing. That's how you're going to get to see the best version of me when you put me in the ring with somebody else that want to fight back and compete. And that's when you're going to get the best out of me.
How you going to get that guy? You get Loma? You get Tank?
If they fight, like I said, at the end of the day, I love boxing. I'm going to keep boxing for the rest of my life. Well, for the rest of the next couple of years. But if they don't fight me, they don't fight me. I'm just going to stay in the gym and stay ready.
Good luck, man. It's been a pleasure covering you. Artem, were you pleased with your performance tonight? Did you run or did you fight?
First of all, I have a few things to say. For me, these are the most important things. First of all, congratulations to Shakur Stevenson and his team. It was a great fight. And for me, most importantly, is to have fun, because boxing is my passion. And thank God that we left the ring healthy and without injuries. And in this point, I want to say thank you to Harutyunyan, the WBC. Thank you to Top Rank for this opportunity. And I love Newark. It was very fun.
Okay, hey, from the looks of your face, don't look like you had too much fun.
Of course it was fun. Yeah. Boxing is not a game, you know. You have to fight. You get hit and you have to hit back. It's normal.
At the end, you said to Shakur, I can see your heart. What do you mean by that?
Boxing is an honest sport. If you get in the ring with your opponent, you can see his mentality, his heart and everything. Of course, that's the right word, his soul. So I saw Shakur Stevenson's heart, and he's a good person.
Listen, you've been around about 300 amateur fights, bronze medalist in the Olympics, good pro. How does Shakur rank with the very best of the guys you've been in with?
He belongs to the top fighters in this weight category, of course, like me also. And I want to come back to the States. I wish I could came here earlier and make more fights. I need more experience, and I want to fight more.
Listen, one thing, should he have been able to knock you out?
No. So, if he would be able, then he would be knock me out, because he has a lot of experience, but he couldn't.
How did you avoid getting knocked out?
Again?
How did you avoid getting knocked out?
How did he avoid getting knocked out? there were some tough rounds.
Artem, I hope we see you again. You've been a pleasure to cover. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And there's a look at the back of Shakur Stevenson's shirt, Lomachenko on the front. And I believe the back of the shirt, if I read that correctly, says Bob is saving his son from this ass whooping. In other words, he wants an opportunity at Lomachenko, and felt like since he has been with Top Rank and they've both been Top Rank fighters, that's a fight that he felt like was a makeable fight. I don't know if he gets it next. I know he's in talks with Tank, but overall tonight he delivered on what he said he would do, and that was a dominant performance.
I agree with Shakur when he says that fighting the top fighters is only going to make them fight better. It's only going to make the best come out of them.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting fight for him to fight Lomachenko or someone like Tank. It's definitely a fight that I would love to see.
Tank versus Loma, or Shakur versus Loma?
Shakur against anybody. It's an interesting fight.
Well, a dominant performance in front of his hometown. Didn't get the knockout victory that he kind of told us mid-fight that he wanted to get in. And hats off to Artem Harutyunyan for bringing all that he could tonight and being respectful after the fight towards Shakur Stevenson. But It's been a pleasure for me personally to cover Shakur Stevenson's career since his pro debut, and if this is indeed his last fight with Top Rank, it's been an absolute pleasure to him and his team. And what has also been a pleasure is having you on the mic tonight, my friend.
I enjoyed Christina. I loved it from reading Shakur's body language. He's his worst critic. He's too hard on himself. He did a great job. I take my hat out to Shakur and to all these fighters that I've seen today. Thank you, Christina, because I really enjoyed it today.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing you back in the ring, whether it's against Manuel Navarrete or one of the 5 fighters that decided to call you out tonight while you're sitting here ringside on the mic. For Oscar Valdez, Marty Corwin, my producer and director, our entire crew in the truck, I'm Christina Poncher. We'll see you next week from Las Vegas.